completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the City of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. I'm going to put mine here. Hi. Yeah, good?
Perfect.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
A clicker for me. Hi, everyone. Welcome to SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America. Woo! Yeah. Here we are. So exciting. This session is going to give you a first look and review what's happening here at the show. And we'll get you all set up for a fantastic couple of days here at SupplySide West Food Ingredients North America. Some show announcements here. Make sure you download the mobile app. We're going to talk about the mobile app many times. So take a drink every time we say mobile app, and you'll be highly caffeinated by the time we're done here. Here, this QR code is for that mobile app. If you want Wi-Fi, and who doesn't, that's the information there. Expo Hall closes at 5:30. We've got some receptions tonight. We would love to see you join us for some more networking and fun. So I am Sandy Almendares. I'm Vice President of Content at SupplySide. And joining me on this stage are my esteemed colleagues, John Benninger, Vice President of Health and Nutrition and Market Leader. And we've got Laura Feroci, who is the Senior Event Marketing Manager. And here are the goals and objectives for this session to get you oriented. We're going to introduce you to this show. We just got updated numbers that close to 40% of all of the attendees are new. And so we have added this session for people who are new to help you get you on your way. And if you're not new, the session is still for you because it's going to help you orient your couple of days here. Now, who is new here? First time. Okay, good. Thank you so much for coming to this session, and really hope it helps you. We're going to highlight some attractions and some events that you can't miss, and we're going to help you make the most of this wonderful, wonderful week. And I'm going to kick it over to my colleague, John.
All right, thanks, Sandy. Hi, everybody. We're thrilled that you're here. It's our 27th show. And just keeps getting better and better, and it's because of all of you. So I'm just going to give you a couple of quick highlights. Like Sandy said, my name's John Benninger, been on the SupplySide team since the beginning, and it's just a great pleasure to see how this industry has grown, and our show's grown right along with it, and it's because of all of you. What you see here is what we think about. We think about you and your businesses and your future. So product innovation begins right here at SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America, the premier event for food, beverage, and natural products professionals. And here at the show, in this exhibit hall, you're going to find over 1,500 exhibiting companies who are here to meet you and to share their ingredients, their technologies, their ideas to help your businesses thrive. 20,000 B2B people, 20,000 industry members from all over the world are here, and everyone's here to meet you. So don't be shy. Introduce yourself to people. That's it. Build your network. That's what it's here for. And of course, the content program, the education sessions, Monday, yesterday, today, and tomorrow on this stage, and on the Food Ingredients North America Theater. There's a lot of content out there, whether you're interested in information about the latest science, market trends, regulatory compliance, whatever it might be, we have something for you. So yeah, our show was introduced in 1997 in Scottsdale, Arizona. It was a lot smaller. Matter of fact, if you take this area that we're in here with the SupplySide stage and maybe add 2 more of them, that was the show. We had 71 exhibitors and about 740 attendees, and then it doubled the next year. And so we said we got to go to Vegas. So it's been in Las Vegas ever since 1999 and has continued to grow right along with the industry. And at the basic, the mission, the basis of all this is what we think about, which is more health for more people. And what do we mean by that? We mean healthier products, healthier foods, access to these things. No matter where you are in the world and society, in your life, young and old, we want healthier food products, dietary supplements backed by science. We want to build a better world, and it also means more health for more people economically. If you look at these companies, your companies and all the companies here, you're creating economic value, jobs, stimulating the economy. So there's physical health and well-being, there's also economic health, and that's what we focus on. We are part of Informa Markets. That's our company. Anybody you see with an Informa Markets badge, we're here to help you. So question, big or small, you see one of these badges, tap us and ask us, and we'll do our best to help you figure out what you need. And we are a global business. So we have, of course, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America right here. We also have an event called SupplySide Connect New Jersey. That takes place in the spring in New Jersey. Great event, again, for you to meet with ingredient companies and technology suppliers, that sort of thing. Our media brands, SupplySide Food and Beverage Journal and SupplySide Supplement Journal. These are resources for you all year long. Our content team, led by Sandy and her amazing group of journalists and content producers, they focus on publishing the information that's going to help you. That could be the latest science on certain ingredients. That could be information about regulatory compliance, consumer trends, sustainability. Now, all the things you need to run a successful business or brand, that's what you'll find on these two websites. So I encourage you to go check those out. You'll find digital magazines, great articles, interviews, all kinds of content that's there for you. We also have something new called SupplySide Fresh. This is an online education program. We have one focused on dietary supplements and one focused on food and beverage. And these are all video-based, on-demand, online, 20 to 30-minute segments to help you thrive in the industry. So again, we're talking about what do you need to know about, what are the big events in the industry, what are the acronyms, what do they mean? You hear people throwing acronyms around like in a lot of industries, a lot of jargon, regulatory compliance, labeling, product development. There's a lot of content there for you. And then of course, part of our business is New Hope Network, and many of you know Natural Products Expo West, the big trade show we do in Anaheim every March. That's part of our company, as is Newtopia Now, a trade show in Denver every late August, early September. And then Nutrition Business Journal, which is where we do a lot of original market research and analysis, particularly on the dietary supplement industry. We create reports, a lot of the data to understand what's going on in the industry and the different categories. And then that all comes together every July at the NBJ Summit, our executive summit, typically in Southern California. Great place to go and meet with hundreds of CEOs and real movers and shakers in the dietary supplement market. We also have Beacon Discovery. This is a discovery tool for retail operators. So let's say you're a retail store like a Whole Foods Market or an independent health food store, and you're looking for products to put on your shelf, but you have certain qualifications. You only want to have things that are organic or sustainably sourced or fair trade or kosher. We have all of these characteristics in this giant database of products that you can use to filter and find the products for your store that match your values. We also have Market Ready Insights. This is kind of our consulting arm that helps you with your labeling, your website, your claims to make sure that you are ready for the market and you're going to be compliant so you don't get in trouble from FDA or the Federal Trade Commission or any of the watchdogs out there. And then Nutritional Capital Network. This is our investment arm. So if you're looking for investors, either strategic investors or private equity investors or angel investors, twice a year we have events in April in New York and the fall in San Francisco, and one focused on ingredients here at SupplySide, where you get to get up on stage and pitch, tell your company's story to a room full of investors, private equity and strategic investors. And over the last 25 years through this effort, we've helped put together more than 700 deals, either acquisitions or investments, that sort of thing. And finally, the newest member of our family is Organic Produce Network. These are events and media for the organic produce industry. So we have a lot of things going on out there in addition to SupplySide. And then globally, we have a lot of ingredient shows all over the world. So if international is important to you, we have shows in Europe and all over Asia and South America. And so talk to any of us, and we're happy to share what we do and how we can help you with that. Like I said, product innovation starts here at SupplySide. We're here to help you We do it in many ways. So see anybody with one of these badges, reach out to us and let us help you not only have a great journey, but have a successful journey. And I'm going to kick it over to Sandy. Oh, no, I got a couple more slides. Sorry about that. So these are some of the companies that are here, large and small brands. You're going to find your Hershey's and Pepsi's and Unilevers and all that, and also the startups and everybody in between. So I encourage you to get out there and meet a lot of your colleagues and peers in the industry. In the expo hall, you're going to find all the ingredients you need for your product, proteins, fats and oils, vitamins, herbs, vegetables, the list goes on, but also co-packers, packaging companies. We like to think of it as everything you need to take your product from your head to your hand, from your concept to something that's ready to go on the shelf or go online. And it's all out there for you to find and source. We also really believe in the mission of this industry. So these are some of our partners, and we're happy to connect you with any of them. Both trade associations and nonprofit charitable organizations focused on the botanical industry, elevating women, the Naturally Proud Network. We have a great reception tonight, the Naturally Proud Network reception for the LGBTQIA+ community. Come to that. All the trade associations that fight for your ability to sell these products in a fairly regulated market. And we're really dedicated, along with these groups, to building a better world. So please learn more about those partners, and if we can connect you with any of them that match your mission, please let us know, and we'll be happy to do that. And now I'm going to hand it over to Sandy.
Thank you, John. Thanks, John. Yay, John. Thank you so much. Now that you're a little oriented on what SupplySide is and where we fit within the world of Informa and health and nutrition, I'm here to talk about content. As I said, my name is Sandy. I'm Vice President of Content at SupplySide, and there's so many awesome things happening today and tomorrow that I just don't want you to miss. I'm so incredibly proud of our content team and our content program. First off, the SupplySide stage, you guys have made it here, so congratulations. On this stage, you'll find all day today and tomorrow. There's 30 to 75-minute sessions, and the SupplySide stage focuses on innovation and initiatives within the dietary supplement industry. And here are a couple of topics that we'll be covering throughout the next couple of days. I'm going to highlight a few sessions that I think are amazing at the SupplySide stage. Later today, we've got Ingredient Idol, focused on supplements. Like, this is so fun. Todd Runstead here is our MC, and he's just like not to be missed. He is so engaging. And Ingredient Idol is a competition. There are 3 categories with 3 finalists in each category. Our categories are aging, performance, and women's health. And then the 3 here you see on the screen are judges. And so our ingredient suppliers have time to 3 minutes to pitch their ingredient, and then the judges confer, and then we award a winner right there on stage. And we also have a People's Choice Awards for whoever claps the loudest. So if you're in any of those 3 categories, you should go, or even if you just want to see a great game show, you should go to that. Tomorrow, this is a really cool opportunity we have. It's our first time here. We're doing a book reading with author Robin O'Brien, and she wrote a book called Seeding Innovation, and it's all about leadership. It is inspiring. She talks about imposter syndrome, and it's a really fabulous way to get some professional development. And if you're one of the first 10 people who show up, you'll get a free book that's signed, so don't miss that. And every year, this has become a tradition, we close the SupplySide stage at the end of Thursday with a probiotic comedy show. Yes, a probiotic comedy show. Did you know how many jokes there were about probiotics? I promise you, you have to see this one to believe it. We have a puppet as a speaker. I mean, it's wild. It's amazing. Ivan Wasserman is the official probiotic comic. I promise. Look it up on YouTube. You can find his probiotic comedy. In his day job, he's an attorney, and he's joined by a couple of industry leaders, movers, shakers, singers, and dancers. The Food Ingredients North America Theater is similar. It's like this stage. It's on the expo hall. It's booth 1250, so that way, and like the SupplySide stage, it offers 30 to 75-minute sessions. The Food Ingredients North America Theater focuses on food ingredients and beverage ingredients, of course, and a couple of the topics that we are showing are on the screen here. And lo and behold, just like the supplement ingredient idol, oh, excuse me, that's the next slide. Today, we've got a really cool session with some amazing food scientists, as well as our food and beverage content director, Adasha Townsend. And we're gonna be talking about taking those snacks of yore that we've all loved, and those Oreos and Nutty Butter bars and all of the things that are secret pleasures, and how can we take those flavors, reformulate them, the texture, and make them healthier, more sustainable. It's going to be a very cool session with really great insights. And as I was mentioning, like the SupplySide stage here and the supplement ingredient idol, we are launching our food and beverage ingredient idol edition. So I'm very excited for that one tomorrow at 12:15. That one is a little bit different. There's finalists in food and finalists in beverage. Adasha Townsend again will be the MC, and we've got amazing judges to help award winners. So don't miss those. We also new this year, as we've got some guided expo hall tours. There are 4 options for tours, 2 different topics, so depending on your schedule. The path to sustainability will be led by Chris Killam, who's Medicine Hunter, and we've got a women's wellness tour led by Amy Summers from Pitch Publicity. Those times are what's available. Meet at the info desk in the Bayside foyer, so on the way to come in, there's a big info desk. You'll get a personal headset so you can hear everything. It's only limited to 20 participants, so get there on time. And on these tours, you're going to be stopping by exhibitors as well as show features that are tied to these categories. All of the exhibitors have been chosen by the editorial team at SupplySide. We don't have anyone who is paid to be there. So it's really what we think are the innovators and the movers and shakers in these 2 categories. Tomorrow morning, we have some learning power hours. Those are downstairs. As you walk down the hall, you'll see big signs that say education. These are all included in the price of your registration, so you can go to any of these categories. They're just designed to get you ready for the show. A quick hour, leading experts in these categories. So if you're in any of these sectors, please join us. And if you're like, this lady is talking a lot, there's so much, and I promise this is probably like 20% of what we have on offer. So make sure that you download the app. Again, if you missed the QR code, I think it's going to be on one of Laura's slides coming up. You can check the app a week after the show, and you're going to have access to all of the education, all of the recordings that we're doing right here for these sessions on the stage and the FI North American Theater, as well as all of our education stage. You'll have access to all of the slides, so you can spend the rest of the year, your Thanksgiving holiday, maybe catching up on all the sessions you've missed. And you're like, I can't focus, I can't do all of those sessions, I can't listen to my phone that much. As John mentioned, we do have our supplement and food and beverage media brands. Those are the URLs there to get you there. We keep you up to date year-round. Sign up for our newsletters. Our content experts are amazing and are producing content all throughout the year. And if you're reading the articles and you're like, there's too many acronyms in this, I don't know what's happening. Again, as John mentioned, SupplySide Fresh. This is a program we've just launched it, and it is an onboarding tool for people who are new to the industry or in new roles. Everything you need to know to get you up and ready and accustomed to the industry, you can find out in SupplySide Fresh. We have amazing partnerships with all of these experts who have provided education. It's online. You can go as you please. You can complete it in a week or 2 years, whatever is good for you. And if you want more information on SupplySide Fresh, please stop by the booth back here, or the table back here. We've got Sonia Thompson and Charlie Bonaparte who are talking about it and giving more information. That is my part, so we'll go to Laura to talk about some of those can't miss.
Thank you. Hi guys. Round of applause for Sandy. Hello. Welcome. I'm so happy to see you all here today. My name is Laura Feroci, and I'm the Senior Event Marketing Manager for the show. I've worked on the show for about 7 years. I know we talked about download the mobile app a few times. I'm going to dive into it a little bit. For those of you who are not new, we always had printed show directories with nice big fold-out maps. Unfortunately, this year we're not doing it, but it's a great thing for us to be sustainable. And also, we do believe that using the mobile app will really be the best tool for you to navigate the show. It has the most updated information. So it's super easy to use. You can access the floor plan, the exhibitor list, the schedule, see the speakers, and there's two ways to kind of use it. So you can not log in and basically do everything that I just said at a very high level, or you can log in and you can actually make connections with people. It has AI technology built into it. So the more you engage with it and add sessions to your schedule like this one and bookmark exhibitors, it'll provide more tailored recommendations to you and what your needs are. So that's the main reason between logging in and not logging in. So we really highly encourage mobile app. Okay. So I know Sandy talked about all the education and John talked about partnerships, but like she said, that's about 20%. We have an action-packed expo hall with a ton of show features, and I don't have time to go over all of them today, so I'm just gonna highlight a few of them. So basically where we are right now, you guys, we're right up here in that top right corner, and this is kind of like the expo hall. It's a big L. So there's a ton of different things that you can see that you can do. If you're into probiotics, we have an IPA Probiotics Resource Center. If you're into omega-3s, we have a Go at Omega-3 Resource Center. We have 2 supplier presentation theaters if you're looking to see what suppliers are bringing to the table this year. Sandy went over the FINA Theater. We also have a tasting bar with product prototypes that you can actually sample, touch, feel, taste, and vote on which product that is your favorite this year. It's not in the expo hall, but kind of towards the bottom, you'll see Build a Better World, and that shows all of like our partnerships, as John was mentioning, and what their missions are. And then we also have the new product zone in the Bayside Foyer. I'm sure you guys have seen that with all of the different glass cases. And then a couple of other ones I'm gonna bring up on my next slide, so I think we're good there. Oh no, not my next slide. Okay, sorry about that. The big one this year that I really want to bring attention to, it's new, we have the SupplySide Networking Hub. And there's a ton of different networking events happening at that hub. You don't need to pre-register for them. They're kind of like curated networking sessions. So today at 11 a.m. there'll be speed networking, and it's kind of like speed dating where you'll sit at one side of the table and somebody else will sit at another side, and you get 10 minutes to talk and then you switch, right? And so it's just like super, super fun. If you miss that one, we're doing it again tomorrow, so you'll have an opportunity to do speed networking tomorrow. At 12:30 today, we'll be accelerating newcomers in the industry, which is a great partnership with SupplySide Fresh session. And that's for anybody new to the industry, new in their position, new to SupplySide, to meet with other newbies and just make connections and just have a good time. Then we have a functional beverage mixer and a sustainable packaging social also happening today. So if functional beverages is your jam, or sustainable packaging is your jam, or you want to learn more about it, totally go there and network and do that. And then celebrating 30 years of Deshay rounds out the day today, and that'll be like a celebratory just networking event. And then tomorrow, after speed networking, will be supplement delivery forms meetup. So if you're really into supplement delivery forms, you should definitely check that out. And then another kind of celebratory reception on Vitamin Angel's 30th anniversary. And then if you really need a place to meet with people tomorrow and everything is kind of booked and you can't find a spot, there will be open networking hours, so feel free to use that space. There's a ton of different tables in there. I will tell you that there is a full bar in that hub, and we will be giving away drink tickets at the door, so feel free to have a drink while you're networking. Okay. So other can't miss attractions are, we actually have a headshot lounge right in the Bayside Foyer by the info desk this year. That's sponsored by Somafina. If you need a new headshot or you don't have a headshot, definitely check it out. You don't need to make an appointment, first come, first serve. If you really want to see, like you guys can tell, this is a massive production. If you're really wondering where we're making strides sustainability-wise, like not printing expo show directories, we have a sustainability zone, and it goes over everything that we do on the show side to be at the forefront of sustainability. And within that sustainability zone, we also have the Sustainable Packaging Showcase, which is new this year, and it highlights 14 companies at the forefront of sustainable packaging, which is really great. Something fun, if you have time, is come on over to Lobby B. We'll be at Expo Putt Putt. I'll be there, and it's a 4-hole mini golf course. And it's just something fun we'll be giving away for you golfers, branded SupplySide golf balls. And it's great to, hang out with your team members or new people. It's really great. My favorite though, my absolute favorite, is also new this year, and I already saw them. We have a bark park in Lobby A. So there are puppies to just go in and play with and snuggle and just get some serotonin and just relax for a minute. They are all up for adoption. So definitely check that out. They're super, super cute. If that's not enough, I wanted to go over some events. These are some must-attend events. So tonight we have 2 happening at the same time, right next door to each other, downstairs. One is the LGBTQ Networking Allies Reception, and that is an event we've had for a few years, which is absolutely fantastic. New this year, because this show is overlapping with Diwali, is we're having a Diwali celebration right next door. It's gonna be super, super awesome. Super decorative, authentic Indian cuisine, bangle bracelets, make your own candle station, Bollywood dancers, an Indian DJ, really, really, really festive. So I really hope you guys check that out. If I say really one more time, somebody shoot me. Okay, and then the last thing I wanted to bring up is tomorrow will be SpookySide West. So it's Halloween. Happy Halloween, everybody. I appreciate you guys being here and away from your families during this time. We will be decking out the Bayside foyer where like the hashtag is, where that photo op area is. So that'll be all spooky and fun. And then we're gonna have 2 bars, one in Lobby A and one in Hall F. And it will be like build your own candy bags. So you can build candy bags to bring home to your families or for you to eat. And we'll have really Halloween themed coffee in the morning and fun cocktails in the afternoon. Oh, and also if you decide to dress up, if you brought a costume, we are highly encouraging costumes that are appropriate. And then if you tag us on Instagram of either yourself or your kids at home or your pets, any costumes, we're gonna have a costume contest, and the 3 best pictures, they each get an Amazon gift card. I could keep talking, but I am right at time. So if you have any questions at all, the info booth is right in Bayside Foyer, or you can find me at Expo Putt Putt. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Laura and John. This was our attempt to make this show manageable. I hope we did a good job. We really tried, but there's just so much going on. So some takeaways here. This is your doorway to find product innovation success. We have so many exhibitors, events. There's so much to do in 2 days. This is really the place where you can come to build your community and get your products launched. Download the app again for everything that you need to know. Favorite things, add things to your schedule. It's gonna really help you out and make things much easier for you. And have a great time. It's gonna fly by. You're gonna like wake up on Friday and go, what just happened to me? But it's gonna be amazing. And of course, if you see anyone with an Informer badge, ask us. Any questions? I think we have 2 minutes. If anyone has a question, or we were just so great, everyone knows what they're doing now. Oh, there's that mic, please, so we can hear you. Thank you.
Just wanted to compliment you guys on staying so stoic when the bird flew through. Nobody mentioned it.
You didn't see the bird fly?
Oh yeah, no, of course. Yeah, we are ultimate professionals here, and we're like, don't acknowledge it. It never happened.
That's our therapy bird.
Okay, well, thank you so much for spending a half an hour with us today.
Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted and then in turn
Welcome to the new Supply Side. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
I'm going to sit, well, actually, no, you sit here, and then I'll sit down at the end when I'm going to stand up here for the beginning. So.
I feel like this is church. Everyone's in the back row.
I know.
We should move them up to the front. Like I should be in the audience for this one. That's right. Trying to make eye contact. Nobody's even looking up.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. Welcome to the Supply Chain Sustainability Stories session here at SupplySide West. My name is Karen Ratterman. I'm Associate Director of Content Development, Associate Director for Content Marketing at SupplySide. And before we get started, I just want to say, mention a few quick housekeeping notes. You probably saw on the slide earlier that we would like you to silence your cell phones. We have a great program today. You're not going to want to miss anything, so we appreciate if you do that. Thank you again for joining us today. We have a great program planned for you. I'm very excited to be a part of the sustainability discussion. Before we begin, though, I want to tell you a little bit about the Supply Chain Sustainability Stories program. This is a new program that we launched just this year, and it's similar to some other programs that we do. You may have heard of Inside the Bottle and Inside Organic, and it's designed to tell the stories of suppliers committing to sustainable business practices. These companies represent the very best of the industry around sustainability, and they're working to build thought leadership around sustainable ideals and create community among like-minded companies to collaborate, to share ideas, and elevate sustainability across the supply chain. So it is a very broad concept. We have talked about a lot of different things throughout the year. They include sustainable and regenerative agriculture, protecting plant biodiversity, responsible resource usage, and much, much more, because we know there really is a lot to unpack. So I would like to start out by thanking our 2024 inaugural partners for being a part of this. They are Cargill, Indina, K. Patel Phyto Extractions, and Microfeed. They've offered counsel to us on this content, thought leadership around these issues, and they're leading important industry conversations and efforts across the spectrum. So thank you to them for their commitment to this vision and support for this important content. So one of the reasons that we developed this program is because we realized that many suppliers in our industry really were making a lot of great efforts and with sustainability, but not necessarily getting as much recognition as they should. So at the same time, a lot of brands were kind of taking a wait and see approach. But I believe the time has come to jump all in on sustainability. And I'm going to tell you a couple of reasons why I think that is. First of all, consumers are really embracing this idea. It's intricately tied to our changing climate, for one thing. So in a 2024 study from Bain & Company, they surveyed about 19,000 consumers in 10 different countries, and they reported that 60% of consumers are now concerned about climate change, and their concerns are rising. And one of the reasons for that is because they've had some kind of an experience with a severe event, a severe weather event. So, and I think as we've seen this year, that may start to go up even more. The same study also reported that 76% of consumers now believe they should lead a sustainable lifestyle because they believe it has impact. And that number here in the United States is around 70%. So, additionally, the data is also showing that products produced sustainability are making up about 1/3 of all the growth in the overall CPG industry. That's data from Nielsen IQ. And then furthermore, those products that are making claims around the environment, social, and governance efforts are growing at a higher rate than those that are not. So what all this means is there's great opportunity in this area, but also some challenges. It's a very complicated picture. Now, many companies don't even know where to begin. So that's kind of what this session is about today, to help companies move forward with sustainability from wherever they are. So we have a great panel of experts to do that today. They're going to offer us insights on the shifting consumer attitudes about sustainability and how those trends are impacting the market. We'll discuss methods to track sustainability efforts and effective ways to communicate those results from the measures you're taking. And then we're going to finish off with the story of one sustainability brand and learn how they established their priorities and overcame the challenges to achieve their sustainability goals. So, and then time permitting, we will take some questions from the audience and do a Q&A with the whole panel. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to our first speaker. We're going to gain some insights in the U.S. sustainability consumer from Diane Ray. She is VP of Strategic Innovation at the Natural Marketing Institute. Diane has been involved in NMI's sustainability report. They've been doing that for about 20 years. And she has lots of great insights on how these attitudes are shifting and what's resonating with these consumers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Diane. Woo.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. I feel this is a bit like church where everybody sits in the back row. Like, people should come to the front so that we can make some eye contact while we're doing this. Let's see where we're going here. Here we go. My job today is to give you a little bit of an overview of where consumers stand, where their attitudes, how much energy do they really have for sustainability, and what's the impetus for new products and businesses shifting how they do business in order to be more sustainable. So I do work for the Natural Marketing Institute. We are a division of Research America, Inc., which is a much broader company. And we've been in the health and wellness sustainability space for almost 30 years. The data we're going to talk about today comes from our U.S. Sustainable Consumer Trends database, long word. This is 2024 data, and it's about 4,000 consumers in the U.S. So it's a Gen Pop sample, so we get a really good cross-section of who everybody is and why they think and behave the way they do. There's a lot of additional data mining you could do through that database if you have an interest, so feel free to reach out after the show. We're going to talk for a second about segmentation, and we'll refer to this a little bit in the data as we go through. There are 5 kind of attitudinal and behavioral segments around sustainability in the US. Everyone's heard about the low-cost consumer, and I have to say we coined that phrase many, many years ago, and when people started to use it, there was a big discussion. Do we pursue them and for trademark infringement, or we just say, let it go? It's going to be a much better term if everybody's using it. Stands for lifestyles of health and sustainability, and it's that combination of personal health and planetary health. We have a group called Naturalites that are all about sustainability as it relates to their personal health. So they don't necessarily care about what's happening around the world, what's happening in the atmosphere. They want organic foods. They want things that are going to have no pesticides, things that are going to affect their personal health. You've got drifters, who are right now the majority of the population, and they are, as their name implies, they kind of hop around on what's the latest, hottest event. It doesn't exactly correlate to millennials, but there is certainly an overlap in demographics and attitudes. And I watch my daughter and her friends, who are right in that 30-something group, even though leading edge millennials now are in their late 40s, believe it or not. but I watch what they do, and they're still a bit cash constrained. They're out of school, they're working, they're kind of getting themselves set up, right? So they'll say, we believe in this, and then I watch what purchases they make, and I said, how come you're buying that? And they're like, well, that's all I can afford, right? So they'll trade off on certain things, but not on everything. Conventionals are an interesting kind of late to the table sustainability group. They're driven most often by their pocketbook. Right, so they'll buy hybrid cars. They were some of the first people to buy hybrid cars because they could save money on gas. First people to buy into like solar because over the long term it's saving me on the energy costs for my home, right? So they're doing sustainability things but driven by the practicality of it. And I think they're becoming more motivated by the bigger picture economics of sustainability. So if you can show that what you're doing is going to actually make financial sense over the long haul, they're right there with you. And then unconcerned. They're just unconcerned. They're just going to be along for the ride. So let's run through some very quick trends. So I know when COVID hit, we had a lot of clients who called up and said, are we going to lose sustainability impetus? Like, is it going to go away because everybody's so switched to immediate health concerns? And we said, great question, don't know. Obviously, some people shifted away, but most people actually doubled down. And they said, you know what? Personal health is super important at this exact moment, but that is a symptom of the bigger planetary health. So we have to continue to do what we're doing. So 64% of the Gen Pop feels that they're more personally responsible for protecting the environment than they did in the past. That's a huge growth. So it's becoming not they have to do it, but we have to do it. So that's a great trend. People do still question, what can I personally do? I mean, everyone, years ago, that segmentation was differentiated by things like recycling behavior, and now almost every community mandates recycling, so it's no longer a differentiating behavior, but it's those kinds of things that are there. And there's also the social sustainability as well as the planetary sustainability. That's all part of the conversation for consumers. During this time, we saw what shifted, and there's a lot of positive impacts, right? People are feeling more responsible, they're becoming more environmentally conscious, they're more concerned about all these things. At the same time, we see the cost concerns, right? I can't afford to do things. This eco-friendly laundry detergent is 3 times the cost of the non-eco-friendly one. Can I afford that for my family, right? So people are balancing and they're trading off along the lines. So we know that sustainability conscious consumers account for a huge percentage of the fast-moving consumer good market. So they were estimated to be 500 billion last year, projected to reach over $1 trillion by 2027. So that's a significant piece of the marketplace that you can't ignore. And people say, well, they don't care, we'll just do what we want to do, but over time, it's going to really shift the market. The words eco, economize, ecological, right, economical is still in there. And it's this union of financial sustainability and planetary sustainability that's going to win the day going forward. If you look at some of the behaviors that people feel they can do in their own backyard, right, things that I can control. It's water conservation. Certainly if you're paying for water, people are wanting to conserve. I know I've seen some work on the meters that are going on in California where individual households, even in an apartment complex, are now being billed directly for their individual water consumption. It's amazing how much your consumption goes down when you're actually paying for it yourself. And to me, some of these they seem little, but over time they add up. Right? Cold water, people buying organically grown products, home energy meters, so lots of things that we're using technology for to help us manage our consumption of energy in particular. So those are things that we're doing at a small scale. This idea of organic and the personal health piece, 79% of the GP now qualify as an organic user, so they purchased an organic product in their household in the last 30 days. Mostly it's fruits and vegetables, but there's certainly the prevalence now of organic foods in packaged foods in the center of store is a huge piece of it. Recently, almost a quarter, 16% of these light-duty vehicles are now hybrid vehicles. I live in a very remote corner of Maine, and I know it's mandatory now that you have to have electric outlets in like all the corner stores, that kind of thing. I mean, you have to drive 40 minutes to get to a cinema from where I live, right, to go to the movies. Electric vehicles don't seem practical, but we have some in the neighborhood, so it'll be interesting to see how that evolves over time. So if we talk about certifications, right? Everybody says, if I get this cert, that's going to help my product. It's going to help me talk about my business moving forward. There's certainly a lot of confusion. There's such an abundance of sustainability certifications right now that I won't say they don't add value, but you have to be very selective in which certifications you're getting for your product. How is it relevant to what I'm doing with my particular business, and how am I messaging that to my customers and my consumers? Right? There's some talk about, and there is over 450 sustainable logos around the world. And if you're a consumer, you're like, what the hell, right? How do I know this is any good? How do I believe in it? My daughter is a human rights attorney, but I got a lecture the other day on why everything, what the flaws in fair trade, the flaws in this, like why they're all basically not doing what they say they're doing. I told her she didn't have all the information, but you can't tell young lawyers anything, they know everything. But there's opportunities. What about the land to market certification, outcome-based certification? We're going to talk in a second about outcome because impact is what consumers are looking for. They love to hear the story of what you're doing, but they want to know that it's changing something. Don't just tell me you're greening your fleet, you're running your plant now with renewable energy sources, you're recycling your office waste, and we're still having the highest greenhouse gas emissions ever. So these two things don't line up. What are you doing that actually has impact? And does your certification support that? Are there automated carbon footprint? Are there ways to measure your carbon footprint more automatically so that consumers can actually believe that what you're measuring and what you're talking about is actually a good thing? Over 2/3 of the population want a universal certification. Is there one thing that's going to help us believe that this can actually be sustainable? So there's lots of opportunities here in certification. We talked about greenwashing. A lot of people feel that people greenwash, right? They put some certification on their product just so I will buy it. That nobody in this room, of course, does that. I'm sure none of you do that. If something is another 56%, so almost 2/3 say, yeah, I'm more likely to buy your product if it has that seal. So the seals do have impact. It's up to you to make sure it's authentic and it's actually delivering what it says it's going to do. And about another third say, I can't tell, right? The seal doesn't tell me anything. It's not useful for me. Quick look at which seals have been growing. The green lines on the right are the growth in the last 7 years, and then the column on the far left is the percentage of the population that recognize it and either totally or somewhat understand it. Right, so you can kind of see where people are aware and understand, and then what's really been growing over time. So if we look at where consumers' mindsets are, even 10 years ago, it was all the other people, right? It's their problem, the government has to fix it, big companies have to fix it. Now consumers are becoming more fatalistic, but they're also becoming more engaged, right? And maybe it's too many of those post-apocalyptic movies, right, where the world is imploding, and you see those, and people start to take those to heart. You're laughing, I can see you smiling. My son was very young when some movie came out about the end of the world, right? He didn't sleep for a month, and we had to be careful because he takes things literally, very literal. But people are worried about, during COVID, the plastics in the ocean stories certainly exploded. We do a lot of work around the world, and in England, especially in the UK, because they're an island, they're surrounded by the ocean. That was huge. It was in every single media story. It was constantly out there. I think it took people's eyes off COVID a little bit. Let's talk about something else that's going wrong. Let's talk about plastics in the ocean and how we can fix it. Microplastics, diseases. These are all things that people are extremely or very concerned about as potential for destroying the earth as we know it. Right? So this fatalistic approach is growing, but it's also forcing people to become more engaged, which is the good part. So can you leverage this eco-anxiety for action without crossing that line over to despair, right? Because there's a fine line between there's nothing I can do, it's going to happen without me, I just give up, versus I'm motivated to take action. So the challenge for the industry is how do we help people take action? Right? So only 17% believe we passed the tipping point. Another quarter believe it's right now. Another third say it's coming. Right? So it is in the next 10 years. In our lifetime, we will see the tipping point of the planet. So people are understanding that yes, you can regenerate pieces of the planet, but there's stuff that you can't do. Right? So regenerative ag is something that is becoming more and more popular. Consumers are just starting to explore. It's been in the industry conversation for probably 5 or 6 years now, but consumers are just starting to latch onto it and figure out what that means. So there's opportunity there for both product sourcing and communicating that. Only about a third are optimistic that we can do anything. So we don't want to cross that tipping line, but we have to have impact. Right? And if you can talk about what you're doing having actual impact, then there's hope, and then people can will engage and move forward. I do like Leah Thomas's quote that said, look, if all you keep doing is infusing fear into the climate change conversation, it's going to prevent hope, and hope is what inspires worthwhile actions. So how do we not drive to despair? How do we instead drive to positive impact and hope? So within your sphere of influence, what is it that you can do? All right, certainly if you think about agriculture, there's healthy soil, healthy life, there's regen. These are just examples, and I'm using some big company examples because sometimes big companies can have big impact, right? I'm not saying they're doing everything right, but there's certainly things that they are doing that certainly we could learn from, right? So they want to source 100% of their materials by 2030. That's 7 million acres sustainably farmed. That's a lot. I remember maybe 5 years ago, I think it was General Mills who talked about we're going to do 1 million acres in regenerative ag, and people were like, yay! I'm like, 1 million acres is like a drop in the bucket for national agriculture. So how do we up that, make that scale bigger, make it much more impactful, and how do we cross the line from regen to regenerative organic? But they're taking action. Walmart, which I've got a lot of family members who just like go every time you say Walmart. So they're looking at regenerative farming investments all around the world with their supply chain. And because they have a huge supply chain, they have potential for huge impact. So they're doing a lot of work, engaging 30,000 farming operations in regenerative ag. So there's potential there. I'm not saying it's all working, right? Keurig, the French luxury brand, is doing work with a regenerative fund for nature. And they're doing it with NGOs, farming groups all around the world in multiple countries to see if they can make change. So it's not just US driven, right? This has got to be a multi-country initiative. And if you look at every one of these, they're doing it in partnership with somebody else, right? So USAID is working there, the Midwest Row Crop Collaboration is working, the Regenerative Fund for Nature. So no one's doing it alone. It's got to be a collaborative effort to move ahead and actually make impact. So what I challenge you, what is your sphere of influence? We talk about recycling, and I would argue that recycling is not the solution. Can we upcycle? Can we use less? All right, there's companies here that are looking at new sources. What about solutions from packaging from seaweed and plants that dissolve, so you don't even have to recycle them, they just break down on their own. Princeton is looking at this aerogel, which is a material that can remove microplastics from the ocean. What if we could fix the problem? What if a Cup of Noodles, which is a Nissan brand, is looking at a new paper cup design that replaces all the polystyrene cups? I would argue it's late, but better late than never on some of these products. Right? Dr. Bronner's is doing refills in the store, so you don't even have to have packaging. You can just bring your container and refill it and leave it. So there's interesting creative solutions that you can do within your sphere of influence, and I challenge you to think outside the box. What if it's a little bit closer to home? And causes, right? If we look at food and type purchasers, when I see a company that sponsors a cause, so not necessarily a sustainability effort, but some kind of a cause, I'm more likely to buy its products, right? So you've got the organic food user, vegetarians, fair trade users are much more likely than Gen Pop to support a cause. People who are purchasing brands like Green Mountain, Organic Valley, The Honest Company, or Method, much more likely to support a cause. Even if you shop certain retail chains, you're more likely to support a cause, right? So there's interesting studies done with retailers and brands. If they partner together on causes, it can be a win-win for everybody involved. And I do like the Subaru Love Your Pet campaign. They are now responsible for the adoption of 350,000 animals, which is pretty cool. I love the animals. So it is good business. I'm going to zoom here through these really quickly. If you're doing the right things, people are much more likely to buy your products. They're more likely to buy them repeatedly. They're more likely to talk with their friends and family about your products. And they're much less concerned about the price of your product if they know that you're doing the right thing. So it's good business inherently. So where is your sphere of influence, right? Is it plant-based food and ag? Is it removing ocean contamination? Is it fixing the methane gas problem? What is it? What about end-of-life resource recapture, right? There's all kinds of things you could be doing. So I'm just challenge you to take action that has impact, which in turn gives hope to the rest of the population. So thank you. That red light is intense.
Diane, thanks so much. As always, really intriguing stuff. So we're going to move right along here. Next, we're going to take a look at how these attitudes are surfacing in the marketplace itself and translating into trends. So for that, we have some data and insights from Spins. And Isabella Davis is supplier of growth manager at Spins, and she has some thoughts about how sustainability is gaining momentum in the marketplace and how companies, what she sees as companies increase their efforts to introduce and market these sustainable products. So, Isabella, come on up.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Diane. That was a lot of data. I am also about to present a lot of data, but I'll try to make it fun. Let's see here. All right. My topic is on sustainable ingredients. Riveting, I know. Now, I don't want to talk about myself too much, but I feel like I need to let you guys know that I am part of Ex-Vegans Anonymous. So I feel like I have to acknowledge that to the group here. I know a lot of people in this room have dedicated their life to sustainability. I'm sure we have PhDs in the audience, people who have started brands. I work for Spins. Spins is a point of sale data provider. We get data from grocery stores all across the country. We work with brands like Olipop. We work with grocery stores like Sprouts, Walmart, Target, even Amazon. And we're able to license that point of sale data to ingredient suppliers, contract manufacturers, private equity firms, distributors, really anyone who can benefit any type of business that needs to understand what's selling, what's trending, and what's not. So Spins kind of sits in the middle of this universe here. So when we get this raw data from the grocery stores, every time a product gets scanned, the UPC code inherently contains some information. It has the name of the product. However, it's very raw data. And so what we do is we use machine learning and submission of the product images to create a database that's all coded by ingredients, by certifications, claims being made on the label, types of packaging. And we're able to share that data back to the retailers who gave it to us so that they know how to stock their shelves. As I said, we're also able to share it to other businesses who need to use the data to inform their strategy. So we code for 300 different types of attributes. Today I'm going to talk about certifications, I'm going to talk about ingredients, and I'm going to talk about packaging. So first, I picked a couple of certifications. I want to make it known that we code for lots of other types of certifications, but I picked these two because they're growing a lot. So on the left, we have certified upcycled. This is a certification that says the product or the raw material of the product would have otherwise been wasted, and now it has been turned into something that can be used and can be eaten. So the upcycled certification, whether you believe in it or not, I'm an unbiased opinion just to tell you how it's performing, how finished products with this certification are performing. This is data from the latest 52 weeks compared to a year ago across all of retail in the US. It's growing 29%. We were at $34.4 million worth of finished product sales at this time last year, and now we're at 52.4. That's really strong growth. Regenerative Organic Certified, ROC. This is your level up to organic. It's not just organic made without pesticides, it's actually benefiting and regenerating the soil. And that is growing at 15%. $146 million worth of sales, finished products this time last year, 168.8 million now. So I picked a few items just to show some examples because I'm a visual person as well. So Harmless Harvest, they're a coconut water brand. They have this beautiful pink coconut water that became very popular, and they are now doing coconut yogurt using the meat from the coconuts that otherwise would have been waste. They have this yogurt here, and then they have a drinkable one, and those products are doing really well. So amongst the entire upcycled certification world, that Harmless Harvest product is at the top. It has the most share in terms of any product that has that certification. Another brand I wanted to highlight here is 7 Sundays. When I was vegan, they used to sponsor my Instagram. I'm no longer vegan, so they do not do that. But they're putting as upcycled sunflower protein, potentially from maybe it's another type of sunflower oil or another product, and they're able to extract protein from the raw material that's left over from that extraction. And they're adding it to their cereal for added plant-based protein. On the right, we have some of the growing items. So I saw these Flock chicken skin chips. So this brand has partnered with farmers across the United States who are creating products that are chicken breasts and things without the skin, and they're taking the skin that would have otherwise been wasted and creating chips out of it. I think that's genius. I had some chicken skin just the other night at a restaurant. It was delicious. Ex-vegan anonymous. Then we have this chia product, Chia Smash. This is with blueberries that would have not been pretty enough or too smashed or damaged in order to go into a blueberry container. So they're making jam out of it. Those are some of the growing items that don't have much share right now, but they probably will pick up and do well. For regenerative organic, it is Ancient Nutrition that leads the charge in this certification by a long shot. Ancient Nutrition is a supplement brand founded by Dr. Jordan Rubin, and owned by Jordan Rubin, founded by Dr. Josh Axe. They have a farm out in Tennessee. They grow most of their products and raise even their cows for their collagen there in Tennessee. So there's a lot of vertical integration going on at that company, and a lot of their products are certified regenerative organic. And they've got this regenerative lion's mane mushroom in their product. And then on the right, we have the growing items. I featured Alex Ice Cream. They've partnered with a coffee company in Los Angeles. And it's just the coffee in the coffee flavored ice cream that is regenerative organic. But they're able to talk about that in their marketing. And that brings a lot of attention to their brand. All right, now we're gonna get into some ingredients. So first of all, algae. I think algae in all of its different variations and all of the different applications that algae has, it's one of my just top sustainable ingredients if you ask me what's the biggest sustainable ingredient, because there's algae found in omega-3 supplement products being used as a source of omegas. There's also sea moss, which is a supplement product picking up a lot of growth right now. And then spirulina, chlorella, those are always growing strong in the powders, in the beverages as well. And then seaweed snacks are great. Another one of my favorites is buckwheat. This is a great gluten-free alternative. It tastes great in muffins, pancakes. About a year ago, if you were to look in the breakfast category, it was growing in double, triple digits there. Now it's kind of going towards flattening out, or it's a more mature market, but we're still seeing 8% growth in cold cereals that are adding buckwheat. Snacking, flours and baking mixes up 25%. 41% growth year over year in crackers and crisp breads containing buckwheat. Buckwheat has a short growing cycle, it's favorable, returns nutrients to the soil. And we also see some innovation happening with interesting tea products made from buckwheat and soba. Pea protein makes me gassy, but as an ex-vegan, I used to eat a lot of pea protein. And it's increasingly being used in products to add protein to the product without changing the taste. So breakfast, we have 34% in granola and muesli, 17% growth in plant-based yogurts that have added pea protein. So if you had access to the entire library of SPINS data, you could compare all of these numbers with just the category itself. Yes, all of these numbers that I'm sharing, they're growing faster than the categories themselves. So plant-based yogurt is not growing at 17%. It's growing at something lower than that. But plant-based yogurts with pea protein, 17% lift year over year. They're even adding pea protein to pasta to add more protein to the finished product. The last ingredient that I'm gonna highlight is collagen. When I was asked to do this presentation on sustainable ingredients, collagen was the first ingredient that came to mind for me because I've always wondered, since collagen has gotten so popular, isn't it an upcycled product? Isn't it a waste product of the animal agriculture industry? Turns out most of it today is not. However, I heard a rumor that Vital Proteins, all of their collagen is waste product. And they sort of led the charge in flipping that narrative and saying, let's take this waste product and position it as something amazing for beauty and for joints. And now we're actually starting to see ingredient suppliers like Nura market an upcycled branded collagen. And we're seeing brands talk about how they partner with farmers across the country to get their waste product and turn it into collagen. And so while collagen originally, it was kind of a secret that this was an upcycled waste product and nobody wanted to talk about it, I think we're moving towards actually starting to talk about how collagen is a waste product and make that a good thing, not a bad thing. And then finally, with packaging, I just have one slide on packaging because we're going to hear so much more about packaging. But in terms of moving away from plastic, the category where we're seeing that shift the most is soda. So moving from plastic soda bottles to aluminum. We see some other categories here that are having a shift. Milk, yogurt, sparkling water, soap and body wash. Feel free to take pictures of the slides. Also, I'll put my email at the last slide. You can send me, you get a copy. This is a slide my team put together, the entirety of Spins. We're 300 or 400 people, work with tons of brands and tons of companies across the space, from startups all the way to your Pepsi and your Nestle. And this is their opinion of what to watch out for in terms of sustainability. So there are some new grains, kernza and cascara, apricot kernel being used in plant-based milks, biodegradable floss, other products from Dr. Bronner's with biodegradable packaging. So as these continue to grow and materialize in the market, maybe next year you will see some big growth numbers on those ingredients and those types of packaging as well. So if you'd like to talk more about sustainable ingredients, packaging, or anything, have any questions about the data I shared in my presentation, my email is idavis@spins.com. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Isabella. Really appreciate it. So now that you kind of have an understanding of what the marketplace looks like, we're going to get a bit more into the weeds of implementation and tracking results. And for that, we have Crystal Granger, who is Director of Growth and Innovation at HowGood. HowGood is a company that helps suppliers and brands implement and track their sustainability efforts. Crystal has worked alongside many global supply chain companies and sustainability experts, and she's going to give us some perspective on the challenges and successes that they're having. So, thank you. Crystal.
Thanks, Karen, for inviting me to be the comedic relief in this presentation. I am by no means a sustainability expert. You can call me a sustainability enthusiast, which I'm imagining some of, not most of you are also, as you are part of this presentation. So, as Karen mentioned, you heard a little bit about what's driving the consumer demand, how we capture that consumer demand. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the stories themselves, how you put sustainability at the forefront of all of your conversations, regardless if you're a supplier, a retailer, a distributor, or otherwise, because I've seen it all and I have some stories to tell, which, by the way, If you want to talk a little bit more about your business or want to hear about those stories in more detail, please come find me at our booth. I do terrible in front of a crowd, so you're going to get C-grade Crystal here. You'll get A-grade if you come see me in person. So talking a little bit about sustainability in the supply chain. First and foremost, what does it mean? What is a supply chain? Does it include me as a supplier? I do ingredients, I do nutraceuticals. Like, how do I fit into all of this? So first and foremost, HowGood is a sustainability intelligence platform, which is a really fancy way of saying that we have a huge database of sustainability data that we source and vet and research methodology for you so that you don't have to. We have a nice piece of software that sits on top of it that makes it user-friendly. But essentially, if you think of data as this common thread that connects companies throughout the supply chain, that's HowGood. We're that sustainability data partner for companies that want to collaborate because it is not a one-person game. If you look at, for example, the annual Whole Foods report on sustainability, you'll see some information on carbon, you'll see information on things like water usage and biodiversity. But if you really dig into the meat and potato of that report, what you see, or at least what I see and how I can help you translate, is a lot of collaboration. It takes a village. Whole Foods doesn't wake up and have their sustainability goals figured out and solutioned. They have to collaborate with their supply chain in order to do so. And so my role at HowGood, and frankly, my mission as a human on this planet, is not just to connect those companies and use sustainability at the forefront, but to start at the beginning. And excuse my French in advance, but shit rolls downhill or uphill in this example. So I frequently work with farmers and ranchers and growers and those people who get a lot less opportunity than some of us, but have a lot more responsibility in supporting that global food supply chain. So what is collaboration? It's partnering with your suppliers. Whether you're a supplier yourself or whether you're a grower, in some capacity you are working with another group or individual in order for you to do business. You then sell that business to somebody like Whole Foods, for example, and in order for those dots to connect and in order for everyone to build a sustainability strategy, they have to work together. Like, you'll frequently hear me and HowGood in general talk about like bolstering relationships or supporting collaboration. And it's not just a warm and fuzzy way of saying, give me your information so that I can report it to a regulatory body. It's really in order for us to build out the sustainability of our businesses and to support that global food supply chain, we have to collaborate, and it takes a village. If you talk to one of my colleagues and myself, we'll probably tell you that the majority of the folks that we work with are in sustainability. But right after that is procurement or strategy or commercialization or sales and marketing. So you'll notice that within this whole responsibility of sustainability, it doesn't just fall on one person's shoulders. And that's how we teach sustainability, and that's how we teach collaboration at HowGood as well, is from multiple angles with multiple sources of responsibility. So sustainability in practice, and specifically as it relates to the supply chain, also means complying with regulation. So taking Whole Foods for an example, they're a global company, publicly traded with a global footprint. They have a regulatory requirement in both the US as well as internationally in order to not just measure their sustainability, but start to set reduction goals. If you're a supplier and you've sold something to a customer within your supply chain and haven't been asked any questions about how you manufacture or source your own products, it's going to come. HowGood is already doing that, Whole Foods is already doing that. HowGood partners with 6 of the 10 largest international retailers and CPGs, like the Danones, like the Nestle's, like the Whole Foods. And we are the vehicle in which they ask for that information from suppliers like you. So again, if no one's tapped you on the shoulder and said, hey, I need some information about how you're sourcing your products, they eventually will. So take this term regulation really loosely. Like for some of us in Whole Foods, for another example, that is a regulatory body like FINRA, like the SEC, like CSRD, somebody who's requiring information. But it also use it a little bit more loosely in terms of supply chain engagement and supply chain collaboration. You might not have a financial requirement to report your sustainability story, but your customer might be asking for it. And if you're not able to answer or not able to at least wordsmith a really fun story about how you're going to get that information, then your competitors will, and I'm telling you they're already doing that. So make sure that whether your regulator is your customer, is your internal stakeholder, is an actual regulatory body, make sure you're complying with those requests or those regulations. And I can't stand here on stage and tell you how to do that because I don't know you and I don't know your business. But if you want to talk about it a little bit, I can give you, as a sustainability enthusiast and a person who sees these types of requests every single day, what I think best practice and what I think your best path forward could be. And then I like to save this one for last because it's a little bit more like qualitative than it is quantitative. And we are a data company after all, so we typically start with the data. But you've got some brand equity that you can either build or you can propagate and turn into ROI. If you have a certification or if you have a practice that you think could sound really good when you're telling your sustainability story, you're probably onto something, and I can help you substantiate that. So as Diane mentioned, there are a ton of different certifications out there, different logos you can use, and again, all of that comes with quantitative requests for data, being able to kind of put the proof in the pudding. So we want you to build your brand equity, we want you to tell your sustainability story and turn it into ROI, but we also want to be the third-party data partner that helps validate and substantiate all of that. Okay, so kind of going backwards in order of operations here, should have started with how to get started, but there is a method behind the madness. So first and foremost, you got to establish your priorities. If you're a CEO, you have to understand what's most materially important to your brand. Is it to get a certification, to pay for that certification and to maintain it, to turn it into marketing collateral? Maybe. Maybe it's working behind the scenes with your supply chain to respond to a request that they have about where you're sourcing your tea. Who knows? The point is that you need to figure out what your priorities are as a company, if sustainability even falls into those priorities, and start to understand, okay, what is materially important to my company and how do I begin? I'm one person who stands on the shoulder of giants and just one person in the drop of the people out there that can help you with your sustainability priorities. If you don't talk to me, that's fine, talk to somebody. Figure out who the best person is, whether it's somebody who sells market data, whether it's someone who helps educate you on certification, or hopefully queuing up for the next presenter, somebody who's actually went through the process themselves. Figure out who can give you the advice and start to establish those priorities. Also, let's not get it twisted, you're gonna have some challenges, whether that's financial or otherwise. Understanding your priorities is also anticipating what type of challenges as a business owner you're potentially going to face. Sometimes that's budget, sometimes that's rhetoric, sometimes that's avoiding greenwashing or green hushing. Understand that you have goals that you're trying to set, but that you might have some challenges. And coming full circle to connecting with somebody who can help you establish those priorities, they'll also likely be the person who can actually help you understand what those challenges are going to be and how to overcome them. I can't implore heavily enough that this is not just a one person by themselves type of action. And I mean, that's why we do events like SupplySide, is to be able to come together to talk about and to kind of really open up about what some of those challenges are so that people can help you solve them. My mom, who's a very smart lady, told me, don't learn from your mistakes, learn from other people's mistakes. So as you're figuring out what your challenges are, figure out what other people have already figured out for you. And then obviously find the right partner. You can't invite a salesperson to a stage and ask them not to shamelessly plug their business. If you want to talk about how to set priorities, how to get started, and how to figure out what challenges you might face, let's have a conversation. If it's not me, make sure that it's somebody, because again, you can't do this alone. And I think that I've just opened up the floor for plenty of questions to come after the next presentation, so I'm gonna respectfully bow out and give it back to Karen. Thank you all, sincerely.
So now, can you all hear me? Okay, we're going to shift things up just a little bit. Can you advance the slide, please? I don't have the, okay, perfect. As I noted earlier, we are going to finish off today with a conversation with a brand that is actually ahead of the curve when it comes to sustainability. So I would like to welcome Philip Matthew. He's co-founder of Imlakesh Organics and Chi Foods. I knew I was going to say that wrong, but anyway, Philip is at the forefront of the sustainable food revolution. He has a passion for merging environmentalism, design, and technology that has led to the creation of unique and innovative plant-based products that are both good for you and good for the planet. He's an innovator in plant-powered goodness and dedicated to making the world a healthier place, a happier place, and one superfood at a time. So I can't see because I need bifocals, so sorry about that. Anyway, so we're just gonna have a conversation about their sustainability journey. So welcome, Philip.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. You work with some very unique supply chains. So they include Saatchi Inchi and cacao. So tell us about what makes them unique.
Well, first of all, hi everyone, my name is Philip Matthew. Yes, we do work with a super unique nut called Saatchi Inchi nuts. You might not have heard of it. It is starting to show up a little bit more in the market. And then we also work with a lot of cacao products as well. Saatchi Inchi is a really novel nut. I guess I'll give a quick rewind. We've started the companies, like all good stories, with a one-way ticket in the backpack. And chomping through the jungles, you know, the highlands of India and the low country of Peru, really fell in love with farming communities, growing foods that I had tried, I had never tried. My partner and I both went on our own adventures and came back together and realized we had discovered all these foods that some people knew about, but mostly were just really niche products. And one of them was this Saatchi Inchi nut, which is a super high protein, super high omega-369 fatty acid nut. And we use that as the base for our Chi Foods plant-based meat. But what makes these products regenerative is they're grown and they defy this classic conventional agricultural model, right? They are small shareholder grown, small independent family farms all over perennial rainforest regions. They don't require clear cutting. They don't require, you know, flatland agriculture. They can really grow within the ecosystems in which they adapted. They weren't transplanted into new ecosystems and propagated with irrigation and different things. So by default, certain foods are more likely and easier to be regenerative. And so I think a big question we've asked ourselves when we started our plant-based meat is, where can we have the easiest path to regeneration? And that actually, it's not taking a product and fitting a mold of regeneration around it. It's finding a product and an ingredient source that is innately a better product. It grows easier, it's easier to source, it's easier to grow, it's really high protein, it doesn't require as much extraction. So, and then our cacao products, we all know cacao. It's a top commodity product, and we've redefined how we did that mostly by buying a plot of land and trying it ourselves. And so we have, you know, a 200-hectare cacao property. It grows quite a few different items. I wouldn't call it a farm per se because it's not super high production, but it's part of a co-op. And we learned a lot around what does it take to actually grow a regenerative product. And not clear cutting the forest is really, it's a hard thing not to do, right? It's you want to clear cut the forest to grow cacao better, right? That's why we are in this problem. And so growing a shade-grown cacao and working with different farming communities to understand how to do that well is a little bit harder, significantly harder. But doing it ourselves and being boots on the ground really gave us that angle. So yes, those are two regenerative products that we bring to the market.
Right, and I think you've kind of answered part of my next question, but tell us a little bit about how they differ from ingredients grown using conventional methods like monoculture and industrial systems.
Well, we all can imagine when we think about agriculture, we think of these huge row crops, we think of corn, we think of wheat, we think of soy, and you know, it might take years of like education, understanding of like why some of these industrial agricultural systems are bad, but I think we can all understand mass growing something in huge swaths and requiring industrial agricultural tools to handle it innately might be the wrong way to scale. And so you look at water input, you look at carbon emissions, you look at food waste, all of those are factors. Now, crop yield is one of the reasons that we went in this direction with mass agriculture and monocrops, but that's a very focused lens. And so working with our products is the hectare or the acreage output is not as high if you're growing one crop. So a lot of our farming communities grow 2 or 3 crops, and we're just responsible for purchasing one of those. And so in that agricultural model, you're basically breaking the mold about how to scale the problem. So the other part of this is social and nutrition. A regenerative product is grown better. It has a higher organic agricultural model, and so the nutrition of the food that's coming out is higher. So you're having foods that are coming out that are better for you, they're better for the social environment, and they're better ecologically. So,
awesome. So tell us a bit about Chief Foods and your journey to create the very first certified organic and regenerative plant-based meat. How'd you get started with that, and how'd you go down that road?
Well, anyone that's started a brand, you have to be a little bit crazy. I can't actually, it's a really tough place. The CPG world is not one I would recommend for anyone that's faint of heart. It is a very tough space to be in. It is the end of the chain of all the pressures of a supply. So the way we got started with Chi Foods in particular is we had a product, Sachin-Chi. And we had a question, which was, how do we move this product to the center of the plate? You can only eat so many nuts, right? You have a nut product. The nut market is, you might know, not outrageously large, right? Nothing like the meat market. And so we kept asking ourselves, how do we get people to eat this food? This food that's amazing for you, it's amazing for the environment. How do we move it to the center of the plate? And then we watched Beyond and Impossible mess up over and over and over, bringing in products that arguably are not great for you. In fact, you're probably better off eating meat than some of these products. And so we watched that, and we had this problem with trying to get more nuts into the American diet, Sachin-Chi in particular. And so the two moments came together at a head, and we decided to figure out how to transform Sachin-Chi to a plant-based meat, which was an endeavor. And we were able to launch Whole Foods nationwide, the first certified organic plant-based meat, which was super exciting, thank you. And it's been an uphill journey, obviously, supply chain, convincing people that they want a plant-based meat that's organic. There's a slightly higher price point with being organic and regenerative certified. So that was a bit of our journey. We're still in it today, running 2 brands side by side. Also don't recommend running 2 brands side by side, but if you have a good team, you have a good partner in the process, you can get anything done.
Awesome. Now, what were some of the biggest challenges you faced as you went down this road?
So, as a brand, our job is to amplify the voice of our supply chain, right? You are really that final touch point of the voice for the consumer. You are the one amplifying the farming practices. You're amplifying any of the packaging practices, the distribution practices, and trying to make a packaged product out for the customer. That is really tough to do. It's really tough to have a story that is consistent enough and true and aligned with your values while supply chains are changing. You're in that ever-growing market, trying to figure out how to scale and make sure your story scales with you. So I think that's been a big problem for us as we've grown, is figuring out how do we scale and keep true to our story. Mm-hmm. As we all know, it's not easy to do organic, it's not easy to do regenerative, and we know that agricultural systems take a long time to change. And so making sure that you plan ahead when you're thinking about all right, if I want to grow and double in size, how does my supply chain keep up with me? And if they can't necessarily do that right away, how do I work with them to get where we need to go? Because I can't do it alone. I'm not working in a silo. And so I have to work with everyone along the line, the retailers, we have the farmers on boots on the ground, and we have the distributor. So
yeah, it's a very complex proposition just all the way around. So I want to talk a little bit about developing partnerships, because I think that's so integral to this process. So what are some of the considerations that you have in finding supplier partners?
First one, this is more of a personal life choice. I spend most of my time in the waking day working, and I want to make sure the people I work with, I enjoy. It's really important for me to get along and understand who someone is that I'm working with, and that is your farming partners, that's your distributor relationships, that your supply chain, your packaging suppliers. And when it comes to regenerative and organic, at the end of the day, there are certifiers, there is ways to test and understand, but at the end of the day, it's a system built on trust. It is knowing that I know that someone has an organic heart, someone has a regenerative ethic to the way they do their business, because I'm not the only business in my supply chain. I don't own every farming plot. I don't own every distributor relationship that I work with. And so I have to really trust that the story I'm being told and the story that I've seen, boots on the ground, is still the story day after day. And so making sure that you know and you respect and you understand your supply chain, really important. Also in a partnership, someone that invites you in. You should be able to visit and check out every farming community, every distributor, every warehouse you work with. Show up, ask good questions, have a good time, but don't bow and listen to a story just because it matches your marketing team's interests. It is so easy to just tell ourselves a story and amplify that story, and when you're 2 or 3 degrees of separation from the actual story, all of a sudden you're in a lie. And it's no one's individual fault that you're in the lie, but nothing substitutes getting on a flight or getting on a train or getting on a bus and showing up and looking at something for yourself, boots on the ground.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, I know everybody thinks that, it's enough to just look at the paperwork or whatever, but it's life-changing to go and do these things and see it firsthand. So, yeah, great answer. Now, to finish off here, I'd just like to see if you can offer any advice to other brands starting out on this sustainability journey.
Get a good sidekick or a right hand, because it's going to be a tough journey. We all know business is tough. CPG is really tough. And then being on the forefront of both of those places and being on the regenerative and organic side of things is even more tough. And so get friends in the industry. There are tons of people out there that want to see this. We know we want to see it, and we know it has to succeed. We do not want to live in a world where regenerative organic is not the standard. And so there are plenty of people out here that are on that journey. So my first piece of advice is find some friends, find a partner to go in business with, or jump into that adventure. You don't want to do it alone. There's so many times I've been up at 1 a.m. working on something and looking to my left and saying, oh, my partner's here working on this too. And that is a relief to not be in that alone. And other pieces of advice. Make sure you're into it. You gotta love the food. You gotta love what you do. If you don't eat the fruits of your labor, it's not worth doing. You need to love the industry you're in. You don't need to love all the work you do, but you need to love the industry you're working towards. And school up. Educate yourself on all of these practices. There are so many stories around regenerative and organic that we've told ourselves, that we've heard light in, that we mostly get from marketing campaigns with alternative agendas. You gotta put all that aside and you gotta go back to your basics. What is agriculture? How do carbon emissions show up? Both my partner and I, who started the company, we have an education in environmental science and sustainable business. by all means, it's changed since I was in school, and I probably could learn more, but that foundation allows you to ask hard questions and know what you don't know, or at least know that you have a lot more to learn. So I think that that's a really important part.
Yeah, that is absolutely right, even for me. I mean, the more I look at this, the more I realize how little I know. So anyway, as promised, we said we would open this up to you, the audience, and the whole panel to pose your questions as well. I have a long list of questions. I can go on and on, but let me get the mic here, and we'll see if, okay, let's see. I'll go around. Sorry. So, do we have any questions from you all in the audience? Yes. Hang on just a sec.
I have a quick question for Crystal. At what point do you introduce your sourcing data or your certifications to prospective retailers or distributors?
Yeah, am I on? Okay, I can hear myself. So I'm going to give you the professional response and then the Crystal response. The professional response is ultimately the point in which you expose some of the more behind-the-scenes data is when you think that will bolster your relationship. So similar to what we were talking about in terms of knowing your business and staying educated on the marketplace, I think the same could and should be said about knowing your supply chain, knowing how each one of your customers operates, and then finding the advantageous point in which to share that information. I mentioned Whole Foods sustainability report. That's public. I didn't have access to that because I'm in sustainability. It's published right on their website. Now the Crystal response is, are you a supplier? Do you supply to downstream customers? Okay, cool. When it's gonna make you money. So we understand that there is both a social responsibility to save the planet, but also an opportunity. And any of you are fans of The Office, Michael Scott says that in conflict resolution, there can be a win-win-win scenario. I see sustainability as that. I come from very humble beginnings and understand that sustainability is not necessarily accessible. So when you can access it and when you can celebrate it, you should also take advantage of it. Because ultimately what that does is just promotes more people to be sustainable and promotes you to become more sustainable as a business as well. So does that answer your question? Okay, cool.
Great. Anyone else? Oh.
Okay, so it's on the entrepreneurial side. You know, I do understand that you were trying to bring something unique and a small brand. I don't know how big you are right now. You are trying to do the right way of things and navigate a system that is designed to work with ultra-processed foods and, you know, bigger retailers, big distributors. How do you keep that mission in the beginning when you don't have that much leverage? And you communicate your story and find your way. Like, do you keep just working with the retailers that are more aligned with your, you know, mission or values? Or how do you navigate this?
Great question. You can start where you can, right? In some places, packaging is one of the hardest places to start as a small business. Food can be a little bit more difficult. Funny story, I think, I haven't checked this, but I think we had the smallest certified organic warehouse in the US ever. It was about, it was a 10 by 10 closet that we got organic certified year one of starting the business. We had a little co-op kitchen and we certified a little 10 by 10 and worked with about 10 different international suppliers to combine 3 pallets of 12 different products, and we did our own import. So in that example, ask for an exception. Tell them your story and what you're trying to do, and ask these big partners to make an exception to the rules. And you'd be surprised how willing people are to make an exception for people who are starting out. Because businesses know how hard it is to start. Now, that's not going to work everywhere, but don't be afraid to ask. And don't be afraid to make it really known your mission and what you're trying to do. And then be willing to hear no, but don't invite no right away.
I feel like that's the story of like Steve Jobs and Apple that you just told. So
I think that's a story of so many things, right? I've always told my kids, you can ask for anything. You can ask for anything. I got $1 million of interest-free money for our little tiny community in Maine by going to the organization and asking for it. They said, "What do you need?" I said, "That's what I need," and they provided it. Because nobody's ever asked for it before or demonstrated the need, and they can always say no. But if you don't ask, you don't get.
Right.
To throw one out here. We were talking about this earlier, and we think it's kind of a doozy, and maybe you all want to weigh in as well. We were talking about the long game in sustainability and whether we're really framing it the right way for where we are right now, which is, one could argue that we've gone well past the point of where sustainability is really enough, just sustaining is enough. So what do we really need to lean into to take this the next step? And I throw it out to any one of you.
Well, I have my own personal opinion about this, and you know what they say about opinions. So sustainability is strange, and I made a comment earlier about how my mom was a school bus driver and my dad was a logger in Oregon. So I come from very blue collar, very humble background. I think that the difficult thing about sustainability that I see is that accessibility point. It is not easy to be sustainable. Just like it's not easy to find a business partner that shares value, you have to spend time, and if not time, money, and then you have to figure out how much is your time worth. So I think ultimately, for those of us that have the advantage to push beyond the boundaries, let's just call standard boundaries of sustainability, then hell yeah, you should, and you should be surrounded by people that challenge you, just like any other good life choice. However, I think that grace should be given, and I think that patience and education and enablement should be given to those that don't have the ability to kind of push those boundaries. So it's the best non-answer answer that I can give you, which is it is no wrong answers. It really just determines on who you are, your capacity to operate, and your experience. And I think that could be said about a lot of things in life too, not just sustainability.
I'm going to chime in here with something that could also be applied to relationship advice, probably. It's a yes and situation. Yes, sustainability is great. I think it's a really important active part of the conversation. And what else should we be striving toward? I don't think the end-all be-all goal is sustainability. I don't think our status quo is where we want to be, but it's a great place for the Hershey's and the Nestle's to catch up to, and that the smaller, more innovative spaces need to push well beyond that. Because with size, like smaller size comes agility, it comes more critical discussions around what the future can be, and I think our decisions today are deciding where we want to change culture and where do we want culture to move to. So I think sustainability is great. I think we have a much bigger conversation that's a few steps ahead of that. And for a lot of people here, I think I want sustainability front and center, and then I want a side group that's talking about step 2.
So I have two quick examples. Okay. I heard about a company that was growing organic tea, right? Because people wanted organic tea, they didn't want the pesticides. But in order to grow this organic tea, they had to use organic fertilizer. So now they had to get the cow in the picture who made the organic fertilizer. So they had to clear trees to make the cow, and that this, by the time they were done, is this product really helping the planet? That was a big question. I thought, how do you take a look at the big picture before you just dive in? That's one piece. On the other hand, there's a group called, I think it's called Climate Foods, and they've taken a look at what's happening with really regenerative and how do you promote that, right? And so they've taken a rye, type of ryegrass that you can be turned into a grain, and they've said, okay, we can grow this. It sequesters carbon in the soil, that actually pulls carbon out of the air, puts it back in the soil. It uses a little bit of water to grow, but who's making products with this grain? Mm-hmm. Nobody. So they said, all right, so we have to start making the product. So they're building their own, not just a supply chain, but they're building their own product at the other end to say, okay, we can make, and what do people, I think they're making cookies.
because it uses up the grain that they're now growing sustainably and regeneratively at the other end. So they're building the entire chain, but they've also done a great job of communicating. This 1 acre of this grain sequesters X amount of tons of carbon, which is the equivalent of like 100 cars operating for a year, or whatever the analogy is, right? They've got that down, so it's quick and easy consumer communication, it's got a finished product, and it's got the raw material. So they're doing an excellent job.
Which just adds on to your point about like partnering with the right people. Like part of that is also the folks that are going to celebrate the wins with you.
That's right.
Not just the hard work, but also like, hey, how do we share how does everyone win in this one, specific type of sustainability story?
Yep. So cool.
We'll do one more, but we are just about out of time.
So since we're talking about sustainability more broadly, I'm just wondering, how do you guys feel about the fundamental principles of a B Corp?
I couldn't hear could you repeat the question?
A B Corp.
Could you repeat the question?
How do you feel about a B
Sorry.
Corp?
Oh, a B Corp.
So since we're talking about sustainability more broadly, I'm wondering how you guys feel about the fundamental principles of a B Corp.
Personally, I think that B Corp certification serves two purposes. One, I don't know if you've seen like the back end of an actual certification process. It's really freaking rigorous. Like there's a lot that they put you through in order to actually get that label. And then the other thing that I appreciate about a B Corp certification is it typically, like when I see it in the marketplace, it's smaller brands or like up and coming brands that have a really good story to tell. And that story, that audience is consumers. And what I think lacks a lot in sustainability is that separation between business, like commercial, and consumer. And what I think that's really great about brands that are able to communicate their certifications, whether it's organic, rock, or even B Corp, is that they're able to share, like talking about sharing the sustainability win, not just with their commercial partners, but with their consumer partners as well. I buy things, I want to know that what I'm doing, it has a purpose, and if I get a B Corp certification product that I purchase, or an organic product that I purchase, then that makes me feel good, and I continue to do that. So it's this, again, cycle of never ending, like feeling good about things, contributing to something bigger and better, and then also like, let's make some money in the meantime.
Just to add in, full support on B Corp. I think that with scale of any business size, you lose a lot of transparency. And so I think that these certifications, B Corp being a great example, they add a level of validation that increases trust.
Totally.
That's it. That said, once again, it's still about trust. You have to trust the brand. B Corp, they're only auditing once a year, sometimes with some gaps. It's mostly about what you say you're doing, and it's not it's not a turnkey, absolutely like rock solid cert, but it's a great validation, and I think it's a great step for people that need a little bit more trust in their supply chain.
Good answer.
Okay, anyone else want to weigh in there? Okay. All right, well, we are going to have to leave it there. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks to our panel. Great discussion. I did have some takeaways up there. You can get the slides on the website through your app or through the SupplySide website. And please go to SupplySide Food and Beverage Journal and SupplySide Supplement Journal, where you can see more content about sustainability under supply chain sustainability stories. So thank you again and have a great show. Thank you again to our underwriters.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Hi everyone, and welcome to SupplySide West Food Ingredients North America. Welcome to the SupplySide stage, and welcome to this session on addressing health inequity. I've got a few announcements to get through before we start. Of course, please download our mobile app. It's going to help you get oriented and have all your schedules, and the more you interact with it, the better the AI is. That's how that works. So you'll get recommendations. It's really great. If you need Wi-Fi, and who doesn't love Wi-Fi, information on the slides right here on how to get that. Oh, that QR code will take you to that app I was just referencing. The expo hall closes at 5:30 today, and we've got a couple of networking receptions that we would love to see you at and join us today. I'm Sandy Almendaris, Vice President of Content, and the goals and objectives of this session are to uncover some white space opportunities for helping enhance consumer health. Where are some places that the supplement industry has not yet addressed, where business can find success and also help create healthier populations? We're going to discuss the needs for inclusivity within dietary clinical trials so that we are really serving a wide variety of consumers, and we're going to share insights around the market need and go-to-market strategies. Your moderator today is Heather Granado. She is the president of NutraAchievement, and I will leave it to Heather to introduce the rest of the speakers today.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Sandy, and absolute pleasure to be here. So I'm really excited about this topic. When I was originally thinking about it, I'm on the board for the Organic and Natural Health Association, and we've done some work looking at the vitamin D deficiency in the United States. And when you think about the opportunity that we have to really make an impact on people's lives with the nutritional products we make. So we talk a lot in the nutrition and wellness industry and say, our products make a difference in people's lives. We want to bring more health to more people. And then I go to the store and I see lots and lots of products for women who look exactly like me. And I don't see a lot of products or accessibility for people who probably don't have the same access to diet that I have, or the same nutrition and the economic security that I have. This to me is a huge opportunity when we start thinking about who are the other people that we could be serving within the nutraceutical industry? There's a role for government, certainly, the opportunity to use SNAP benefits to have dietary supplements and a basic multivitamin. You could have healthcare providers get more nutrition education so that they're talking about healthcare, they're talking about prevention and not just disease. But we as an industry have an opportunity, and this is an opportunity to actually do more business and serve more people throughout the entire supply chain. So I reached out to some amazing people and said, what if we talked about this as an opportunity? Not saying, oh, shame, but let's look at it as business. So our first speaker today, she's got more than 3 decades of industry experience. She looks at market research, innovation, and consulting. All of this tied up in insights and strategy. She's got the numbers, and I know everybody loves the numbers and taking pictures of slides, so we'll have a couple of slides for you. She loves the idea of consumer health and environmental wellness and how these connect together. And when we originally connected, this was a topic that we both got really excited about. So the VP of Total Wellness at Nielsen IQ, Sherry Frey, I'm turning things over to you.
Fantastic. Great. I thought I would cover just some data really quickly in terms of some of the trends and kind of the understanding of the opportunity. But first of all, I just want to say thank you for all of you for being here, because I was so thrilled when Heather said, let's do this as a topic, because this is so near and dear to my heart and it's so important. And I do really believe there's a business case for this. As you know, we continue to have health challenges. This is a look at what we track in the US. We track every year all of the consumers in our panel and what they or someone in their household is self-reporting. And as you know, this continues to be a negative trend that we have in terms of chronic diseases in the US. And it tends to be, many of these, this is kind of the percentages of these across our total panel. But when you look at some of these for lower income households, they're oftentimes 3 to 5 times more likely to have many of these challenges. So the opportunity for prevention is really, really key. And I think I'm so glad you brought it up, because this mixture of diet and supplementation, kind of like how does this all fit together? When you look across the country, what we color-coded there on the map, those are where healthy food, either nutrient-dense or heavy produce or fruits and vegetables are sold. And you can see, we tend to, index higher on the West Coast. And that's also, you can see that's where we're indexing higher in terms of vitamins and supplements. And you kind of can compare this map, and I'm not at all saying this is a correlation, I'm just showing you a side by side. But look at these 2 maps compared also to the chronic diseases of diabetes, hypertension, heart failure, right? So there is an opportunity here. And when you think about what has happened with online, I think one of the most exciting things is it's actually opened up access for more consumers. It's not that they have to go into a specific store for the supplements, or they have to feel, kind of like overwhelmed with going to a set. They've got more opportunities for these products to be fed up to them. And so this is a look across vitamins and supplements in terms of the share of products that are sold in store versus online. And I think, I've only shared this slide a few times, but when I share it with people, they're like, wow, I had no idea how many supplements is actually sold online. And that kind of varies across the board. But what I really want to call your attention to is those household penetration numbers there in black. The fact that, yes, okay, for overall vitamins and supplements, we're at about a 90% in terms of household penetration. Look how much upside there is in terms of consumers and household penetration, even on something as mainstream as the general health, and all the way to things that are very specific around diabetes. So there is so much opportunity just from a consumer standpoint. And again, a lot of that's been driven by the direct to consumer, the new channels, the avenues. We've been really fascinated. We started tracking TikTok Shop in the fall of 2023. And I actually didn't really think there was that people were really buying on TikTok Shop. It is the number 8 health and beauty retailer. It is the number 29 food retailer just since September of 2023. And so the really fantastic positive of this is, again, it's opened up access, it's put more products in front of more consumers, giving them that kind of availability to look at what might be relevant for them specifically. I just also wanted to share with you a little bit in terms of what does this look like in the data today.
So in general, as you would expect, when it comes to total CPG or consumer packaged goods, we're just doing a comparison of VMS versus total consumer packaged goods. And as you would expect, VMS tends to over-index higher income, slightly, that 42 versus the 36.9. And then we actually took a look, though, this was really fascinating to us. We took a look at the top 20 brands, and we actually found, surprisingly, that the top 20 brands indexed high. In many cases, those are actually the brands there across the top. They indexed high for low income in many cases. So many of the large brands have identified and understood this is an opportunity to meet these consumer needs. And we also thought we'd give you a look at what's happening from a diversity standpoint. So when you think about, again, we're doing that comparison, the total CPG versus VMS, we tend to be about 69%, so slightly under indexing in VMS on white versus Hispanic and Black, Asian, et cetera. I think one thing that, we did some research 2 years ago, and we looked at all CPG brands, all the brands that were in the VMS space, and we looked at who looked the closest to the US demographic in terms of the census. So, and by the way, there are very, very, very few brands that actually look like the demographics of the US. But we found that the ones that had the most diversity in their consumer base actually were growing the fastest. And so again, really illustrated that opportunity for the business case. And but although when you kind of flip that and look again at those top 20 brands, you can see that's not necessarily the case, and we tend to see a high indexing from the Asian consumer overall. So just wanted to give you a little bit of a framework of the lay of the land in terms of where we see some of the opportunities as the business exists today.
So what I find interesting there is you've got this idea of these kind of different racial, ethnic backgrounds. What does the opportunity then suggest? And working with women in nutraceuticals, we talk a lot about, are we representing our consumer base? Is there an opportunity perhaps for companies to think about bringing in diverse folks to think about doing the research, about doing the marketing, and being represented within your own company for the people that you are serving?
Yeah, that's actually a great point. One of the things that when we even did that research, with the diversity, the biggest thing that we wanted to make sure the industry didn't think was, oh, we just need to do a better job of marketing to diverse people. We wanted them to understand it has to come from the inside out, meaning that it has to be who you have in-house working on your business, developing the marketing campaigns, developing the products and then the innovation that has really got to be core to what you do versus this is not just a marketing opportunity.
That's right. And I know we'll unpack that further as we continue on our dialogue. But as we move forward, so we've got this idea first from, and I can hold on to that, Sherry. No worries. So we're talking about the opportunity that's out there. We then need to talk about, okay, how are we going to develop these products? How are we going to buy these ingredients? How are we going to make nutrition and nutraceutical products affordable for the people who really need them? So when I was thinking about, okay, who would be amazing at this? She's a global technical and business leader. She has strategic thinking as well as new product execution. So from the idea all the way through. The benefits, the market penetration, while also looking at the importance of quality and addressing costs when you're looking at quality. She's got a doctorate in pharmaceutical sciences and was delighted to see that she has joined Leaf Labs as Chief Science Officer. Dr. Chioma Ikante, thank you for being here, and I'd love to just open it up to you to talk a little bit about your experience and this idea of how do we develop products that are affordable and serve the right markets.
Exactly. Thank you, Heather. Very grateful for the opportunity to share. This is an area that is very dear to my heart, because even before I go into developing products for this market, you need to understand the why. Why are we doing this? Sherry set a good stage just to understand the breakdown of the demographics and who is buying supplements. But why supplements? Because the reality today is that our diet is not possible to get all that we need from our diet. And we now know several studies have shown that nutrient deficiencies make changes, epigenetic changes, that transcend to several generations to come. And they alter the brain structure. Nutrient deficiencies alter brain structure, alter brain function. They impact neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine. Those are all impacted as a result of nutrient deficiencies. So the effect is huge. not just on the generation today, but the generation to come. That the status of a mom, even before getting conceived, omega-3 status, even before conception, impacts not just her, but the unborn baby as well, and predisposes that baby to long-term negative effects and behavioral issues, cognitive effects on that child. So because of this understanding of the impact of nutrition, now even the gut microbiome is unpacking a whole lot more, telling us that the gut microbiome, which is mostly influenced by our diet and the supplements, because like I said, our diet is depleted of nutrients. So it's not possible to get all that we need from our diet. So when the gut microbiome is not getting the right nutrients, what happens? It impacts your health all the way through. We are seeing now deficiencies in omega-3, deficiencies in folate, zinc, all having behavioral issues. And there are now associations linking them to psychopathological issues down the road. So how do we develop products to meet, not just for the high-end consumer that has the money to spend on supplements, but also meeting to everyone, because everyone deserves this. It's the whole population and all of us are impacted. So when we think about it, it's really thinking about what are the key essential nutrients that people need to have. There are 8 essential nutrients that the FDA has recognized that these are nutrients of high concern. Public health concern is being recognized, dietary fiber being one of them. We don't get as much fiber as we're supposed to, and the impact is the fiber, when we consume fiber, both soluble and insoluble fiber, they go all the way, the insoluble fiber gets all the way to the colon, where they're now metabolized by colonic bacteria to produce short-chain fatty acids that turn around to now have impact on our health. When it's not present, what happens? Then you have all sorts of gastrointestinal issues, but not just gastrointestinal issues, that are also brain modifications, because we know through the vagus nerve that the brain is talking to the gut. Constantly, there's a bidirectional communication between the brain and the gut. So dietary fiber, that's something that we can easily formulate to make it available to everyone, including those in the low socioeconomic status. Proteins, for example, multivitamins, essential multivitamins, vitamin D. Heather talked about vitamin D. We see the outcome. When you look at several studies that have looked at COVID-19, for example, and those that had worse outcomes when exposed to COVID-19, those that had the worst outcomes were those that got into COVID when deplete of some of those essential nutrients, like vitamin D. Those in the lower status had worse outcomes. So we see that when somebody is going into all of these exposures, which we are not immune from, right? The environmental insults, none of us is immune from it. But when you are better prepared, then your body can handle it better. So identifying those essential nutrients, calcium, magnesium being another one as well, that is essential, because we're not eating as much dark green vegetables as we ought to. So identifying those key essential nutrients, companies can have simplified formulations that should not cost that much, and make sure that everyone has access to those basic nutrients that are already shortfall nutrients, that are already public health concerns. I know there is a lot of advocacy, especially with the CRN, now even looking at the government including multivitamin as part of the SNAP program. That's going to be a huge impact, because just providing a multivitamin bridges that gap, so that people are supplementing and going into these major life issues better prepared to handle them. Omega-3 is one I talked about, very essential, everyone should be. Probiotics is another one, everyone should be, and making them affordable in a way. So I work for Leaf Labs, and at Leaf, we donate to non-profit organizations like Vitamin Angels, for example. And through Vitamin Angels, we're making available supplements to women and children that otherwise would not have access to these nutrients. And so making this more accessible, making it more affordable, will make it easier for everyone to have access. And what happens is that the health of everyone is enhanced, and it's generations to come that are impacted as well.
Yeah. Well, not only do we have the health enhancements, we've got reductions in healthcare costs,
exactly,
which ultimately would be amazing for the U.S., certainly,
exactly,
to address that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Something as simple as even zinc. Did we know that that there's an association between the zinc status and hyperactivity in children with attention deficit disorder? It's something that can be very easily solved and very easily mitigated just by giving children and moms ahead of getting conceived with sufficient levels of zinc. Folate, thank God that now we have a lot of foods that are supplemented with folate. It was a big deal before. But even just folate, there are lots of people in populations that don't have access to fortified foods that are still suffering the negative effects of having insufficient folate prior to conception and during prenatal and postnatal stages as well.
All right, well, thank you, Chioma. And I know we're going to unpack a little bit more of this and also getting into the importance of collaboration within your own teams when you're talking R&D with marketing, with science, everyone working together. So actually, we're going to come over to our next speaker who has this insight in terms of identifying that right demographic. So he spent 2 decades at Vitamin Shoppe doing kind of everything. I looked this over. So you got R&D and quality and private label and sports management. Served as the chief brand officer at Universal Nutrition and has been a personal trainer and has this master's in nutrition science. But one of the things that I really love about this person is he brings this different perspective to bear from the experience that he has and is sharing that forward. When I said the type of speaker I was looking for and was speaking with one of my good friends, Gina Benninger, she said, oh, I've got the exact perfect person for you. He's the Chief Merchandising Officer at Well With All. Marvin Barton, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
You know you've been in the industry for a while when people start defining you in decades. So.
I know the feeling, right? Yes. One of the things that we talked a little bit about was the importance of taking a mindful approach to marketing. And I'd love to have you talk a little bit about taking a mindful approach to marketing, that it's not just, hey, I can take this product that I've already developed and I just pink it and shrink it, to use the sports analogy. But as we extend into different markets, what do companies need to be aware of? Can you talk us through that?
Absolutely. So I can speak for Well With All, what we've done, particularly when it comes to our go-to-market challenges. We rooted ourselves with the consumer. And how we did that early on was actually focus groups, surveys, using consumer data. But as Sarah, you were mentioning, there's the internal diversity, but we also looked at our partners externally. So we actually brought in a consumer insights specialist that actually helped us get those insights, the qualitative and the quantitative data for the consumer that we were looking for. And then from there, we actually took those insights and we used those to basically inform everything we do. So from events, our tone, our messaging, activations, we took the insights. Even when we do show up at events, how we show up at events was informed by the consumer. And I can tell you, from my experience at the Vitamin Shoppe, when I did work with those many brands, it was those brands that really understood the consumer and also understood themselves and the relationship with the consumer. Because that's very important to your point. It's not just about talking to them, but you have to make sure that you understand what that relationship is in your business, but also what's the relationship you want to have with the consumer. And those brands that really understood that, I found not only had a lot of success, whether it was from launching new products or new brands, but also when those challenges came, when they're ultimately going to, the consumer was a lot more forgiving for those brands because they were better able, they had a stronger relationship and understanding of what the brand was about, as well as the brand understood how to better communicate to the consumer.
So what are some of the common failures that you've seen in terms of companies that maybe don't understand their own mission and values and the demographic they're serving?
So a story I can tell you to that, and this is a sports nutrition company. So there was an ingredient that was very popular, but it was also very controversial. And I had a conversation, and this one brand in particular did not have this ingredient in their product. And it didn't really align with that brand. And I remember having a discussion with the CEO, and I said, I don't think you should bring that ingredient. It doesn't match who you are, it doesn't match what you're doing, and there's a lot of controversy. But internally, he was getting a lot of pressure. And so they actually brought it in, and I don't know, about 2-3 weeks later, it was banned by the FDA. And then you go through the whole, turning back products, the costs and everything. So I think the lesson from that is, I think he listened to too many people, but they weren't really true. He wasn't true to his brand because that ingredient didn't match what his brand was about. Yes, it was very popular. Yes, they could have made some sales, but at the end of the day, the synergies weren't there. And I think brands need to understand that, yes, you can get some POs. I would call brands like these PO chasers. And POs are great, we need them. But at the end of the day, though, if it doesn't align with what your business is doing, it doesn't align with the values that you have in the brand, I would say, like, past that PO, if you do what you're supposed to do, that next PO is going to come.
Right. Now, what kind of marketing and communication strategies might companies need in order to extend our base for the nutraceutical industry? It seems to me that often we're talking to the same people we have been talking to. What should companies think about to maybe start reaching out into different communities in a way that is authentic and resonates?
Absolutely. So, I think it comes back to partnerships and leveraging partnerships, because we can't do it all alone. And so, for example, with Well With All, what we've done, and we've done this in early stages, is that we've partnered with a health center in the Boston area. And we've actually co-created with them the HEAL Academy, and you're going to ask me what HEAL, Health, Education, Advocacy, and Leadership. And basically what we did was we brought in some students and taught them how to take blood pressure, the benefits and the importance of understanding your blood pressure numbers, and then sent them out into the community. And that community was, the healthcare center was having trouble getting some of the community members in. And so by there, they were kind of spreading their wings and getting in to help, change the trajectory, hopefully, of some of these consumers. And so I'm just using that as a non-traditional example of a brand partnering with, someone who, yes, okay, it wasn't necessarily promoting our brand per se, but we were trying to do good in the world. And so having those partnerships, I think, are key. What I also often see is brands will do a lot of collaborations with other brands, which I think is great. But oftentimes, they're talking to the same consumer, right? And so I think finding those institutions or leaders where you want to be, who you want to talk to, as long as it aligns with your values of who you are as a brand, I think the collaborations are great, and you see them on TikTok all the time. But I think looking outside of the box and trying to go to people and places and institutions that you're not, but that actually can use your products, benefits from your products or your ingredient, I think is a big opportunity for many of our brands in this space.
I think so, and it's interesting to think about how do we even talk to new markets and get to people early. I do believe that SupplySide is doing some work, bringing in students from the community and giving them the opportunity to actually learn from people, hey, maybe this is an opportunity for you. So can we get them when they're still malleable,
Absolutely.
I guess.
And one thing, it's health and equity, not education.
There we go, perfect, thank you. Chioma, you look like you wanted to lean in there on the microphone. She's like, I got something to say.
Yeah, I want to add also.
Bring that microphone up.
Excuse me, I want to add that, when we're talking about addressing health equity, right, across the population, and then formulating in a way that the brand still can be profitable while delivering nutrients, valuable nutrients, that is accessible to everyone. So as a product development scientist, the way I would approach it is to understand, one is, what is the job that I'm getting done? What is the job that I like this product to do? And what is the mechanism that I'm targeting from a biomedical pathway? What is the mechanism I'm targeting? Then what are the ingredients? So I don't have to have a kitchen sink of ingredients. It's not necessary. But when I understand the biochemical pathway that I'm going after, then I can understand what are the key ingredients that would address the target. It could just be 2, and that's enough. So this idea of I have to have 10 ingredients for me to look complex and look good, it's unnecessary, and you can strip off costs from that standpoint while delivering value. And I think that's one practical way that companies can actually deliver value without incurring too much cost and make these products accessible to everyone.
I think that makes a lot of sense, because I do think when they look at the cost equation, it's really important, because why aren't supplements more affordable? Can we create quality supplements that actually are affordable for our target demographics?
Exactly. And even on that too, it's, yes, the branded ingredients may have a lot of clinical studies on them, which is wonderful. But companies may not be able to afford those branded ingredients and also make the product also very accessible to those that we need to reach. right? And so it's understanding, again, when you understand that biochemical pathway that I'm going after, then understanding what is critical, what are the chemical markers that drive to efficacy that I need to focus on. So even if I'm not using a branded ingredient, if my generic ingredient is still able to deliver to that efficacy because I've been able to link it, there's something called bio-directed fractionation, where you now use fractionation to determine what is the fraction that is most biologically active to go after. Then that now drives to me, okay, now I can use the generic ingredient and still reach to the same target without having to use the branded ingredient that will now drive cost up. Right. In some demographics, it might be okay to use that branded ingredient, but if we're looking at making supplements accessible to all, and I just described the health impacts that transcend beyond us to the generations after us, then we need to find ways and incorporate understanding the chemistry and the biological pathway that you're targeting in developing products that would then help everyone without the brands carrying on too much cost.
Yeah. I'm always shocked at how fast half an hour can go. But Sherry, I want you're like leaning in too.
Well, I just wanted to throw out one thing that, you know, if you think about the last few years, right? Like, it was really interesting because the pandemic was one of those times where we saw more consumers coming to the case, right? So like, it was the first time that people came in, and you brought up SNAP at the very beginning, and you know, one thing that we found with the incremental SNAP benefits during the pandemic, we actually saw in the data people ate healthier. They ate more fresh fruits and vegetables. Like, there is such a desire there. There's such an interest there. And so I was just thinking as you were talking, right, we've kind of had these moments in time where we've had opportunities to continue to bring those consumers into the space, but it is really about with the most applicable products as well.
Right, right. Well, yes, I have 2 seconds left. I know. But Marvin, Chioma, Sherry, thank you so much for joining me. Sandy, thank you to SupplySide team for giving us this opportunity, and thank you for being here. Take the opportunity. It's out there. It's a great business opportunity for growth.
Yes, thank you so much. I have the clicker here. I just want to call to a session that we have tomorrow morning on, why is this not working? Can I go to the last slide, or second to last slide? Here we go. Look, it's working now. We have an education session tomorrow morning. It's included in the price of your registration, so you've already paid for it, and it's on clinical trials. And we're going to be covering inclusivity in clinical trials like that we've talked about before, and it's not even on my slides. So sorry about that, but come tomorrow morning. It's downstairs. You'll see the education. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. all while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West. It's a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work. in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Polito. I'm editor-in-chief of the Nutrition Business Journal. I'm here with Risa Schulman from Taproot and Akash Shah from Ingredients AI. We're here to talk about science, but not the science anybody wants to talk about. So that's not interesting. We're talking about something that a lot of people out here don't want to talk about. And that's this sort of what the Wall Street Journal calls a flood of fraudulent studies. I mean, this has made the jump out into the mainstream of places like the Wall Street Journal to talk about fraudulent studies up and down different journals, people retracting stuff, and a whole kind of a new era of ways of getting the fake studies, disseminating them, finding them, connecting them with people, and it's bigger than you think. So I'm going to start this conversation with Risa. Risa is a regulatory expert and I'd call her a science nerd, but she's close in on the science and reads studies every day. And a lot of this came as a surprise to her. So as I said, this has made it into the mainstream a little bit, but I'm not hearing a lot of conversations in the industry. It's, you know, how big is this? So I'm going to start that with you. We got aisles and aisles of here. If I went out there, would I find a company that's relying on a study like this that has been retracted or is due to be retracted?
It's quite possible. Can you all hear me? Can't hear me. The lavalier on? Yeah? Hello? Hello? Okay. So it's quite possible that you find somewhere in the aisles here more than one. I don't want to start saying probabilities or whatnot, but I will give you a perspective. And that perspective is that in the last 2 years, there were more than 11,000 papers that were retracted. And that is in comparison to, for example, in the year 2000, there were 40. Or even in the year 2013, there were about 1,000. So there's definitely been a flood in the last 15 or so years. Oh, thank you. There's been a flood in the last 15 or so years. This has been not only due to individual actors, but also to something called paper mills, which are organizations or businesses really in various countries who have a pay-to-play. You can pay as little as $2,000 and get a study put together for you that's completely fraudulent, that never happened, that has your name on it as first author and is published in a prominent journal. So this is something we haven't seen before, but it's gaining momentum. And I also want to give you the perspective that the retractions are happening. A very low percentage of these studies are being actually retracted. The publications are not so forthcoming about doing those retractions. So this is really a tip of the iceberg kind of situation here. And I can just keep talking. Do you want me to just keep, you want to focus me to another question?
Let's keep talking. I mean, let's talk about sort of the awareness of, in the industry of this. You started to look at, like I said, your front lines on evaluating studies as they come through. What can be said here? What claims can you match? Where are the good studies? And sort of evaluating just the quality of the model, of how it's been set up. But this whole thing of being, these weren't real even in the first place, much less a thinly sourced study or a poorly designed study. How much do you think the awareness is out there?
Right, so I've been speaking with people, I've been rabble-rousing. This came up for me because I was looking at a study, I was actually proofreading a document, and I went back into PubMed to check my citation, and I saw the word retracted at the top above the title, and I was like, what is this? And I tried to find more information, couldn't even find more information, but clearly couldn't use the study anymore. Fortunately, the claims that were based on that study were kind of secondary, and it was very easy to modify the marketing message without disrupting things too much. But then it happened again. And I said, what's going on here? And I started having to look into it. It turns out that this is something that's been talked about for quite some time, but I didn't know about it. I learned about it from this practical information. I started doing some digging. So we actually have people within our industry who've been tracking this and reporting on it. So Eric Goldman is one of the people who wrote a very in-depth article in his Holistic Primary Care News, which I recommend, sort of like the anatomy of a fraudulent study, the how and the why. And also we have Dr. Alan Gaby, who's been in the industry for many, many years. He's an ND. He is he wrote the textbook on nutritional medicine. He's read, by his own estimation, 50,000 articles over the years, and he was the one who started noticing inconsistencies, and he's published on this as well. So I started to get aware that this was happening, and as I was talking to people, I found that it's becoming really a tsunami kind of an issue, and particularly once it got picked up by the Wall Street Journal. So it's something I think that all companies need to take a look at. Both from a going forward perspective, at the very least, putting in checks and balances about literature that's being reviewed, that's being used to make claims or as a platform for a condition-specific area or a target audience, and then looking backwards. And it's a little bit of a scary thing to have to do, but I think it's very necessary. FTC has, renewed its call to us to say we're watching, number one. Number two, I think that eventually sellers are going to start to ask a question, get questions asked of them for, are these studies real? How can you reassure me that these studies are real?
Okay, let's come back to that. I wanted to stick on this idea of anybody talking about it. Now, Akash, his company is helping brands go out there and find what science does and claims. He's using AI to sort of scope all the published literature. But now you've got this new wrinkle that's coming in here with not as much of that literature is bona fide as we thought it was. Where do you think, are you hearing from any of your clients as they come into this, like, AI is going to find this for me? Are they asking that question yet? Should they be?
Definitely. I mean, I think not just because of the Wall Street Journal, but I think fraudulent research has been around for a very, very long time. And as a community, we're starting to detect that at higher levels than we did before. And tools like ChatGPT can be used to actually make these paper mills even more efficient. So there's concerns that there's going to be more fraudulent research growing at a rate that's faster than ever before. But I think
you're hearing this from your clients now.
I wouldn't say everyone, but I've definitely heard it from the more sophisticated ones who really care about making sure that they're separating good science from bad science when they're looking to substantiate a claim and build a product that's safe for their consumers. But I think the most insightful thing that I've heard that we also believe is that it is humanly impossible to be able to review every single piece of evidence that's out there and to identify whether it's fraudulent or identify whether it should be retracted. And so in many ways, the question that's being asked, and it's already being answered, is how can we actually use AI to better detect the research that's fraudulent or the research that's maybe even been produced by AI. We've had technology around for a very long time that can help detect plagiarism, for example. It can help detect images that have been modified. So it's actually not a too foreign concept for us as a scientific community to say, why can't we use technology to also identify papers that have a higher risk of being fraudulent? So I think that's where the puck is going to go, if I had to guess.
Yeah, well, we'll come back to the pieces of that, but there is that awareness from, like you said, your more sophisticated customers. But a lot of people are still, go find me some science, and they're not looking.
PubMed only added their retracted filter to their database like less than 2 years ago. So that hasn't even been a filter that existed on PubMed until very, very recently. And
Wow.
so the awareness is just, to your point, Risa, it's just starting to expand. I definitely predict that I'm going to get more of those kinds of questions as this becomes more and more aware.
Let's go back a little bit, Risa. I remember, God, it has to be 8 years ago, you came up with an idea, the PubMed punch-up, where people just looked in there at any study and added them up. Is there a problem in the relationship this industry has with science sometimes, do you think?
That's a great question. I have to say that since I wrote that article, where this is when PubMed, this is even more than 8 years ago, I think, when PubMed was everyone's newest best friend, they would say, oh, I put XYZ ingredient into PubMed and there were 2,500 articles, so look how well researched it is. That's not how it works. And my article kind of went into the how and the wherefores of that. But
I remember we looked it up and we put up the statistics of how many times Bigfoot had been studied in PubMed too.
Right.
The Loch Ness Monster, Poltergeist, we had it all in there.
Right.
But go back to, you were saying, so that's, the relationship with science has always been problematic in some ways.
Yes, but I think we've come quite a long way since those days. I think that many companies are much more responsible, and they have people on staff who are PhDs, who know how to evaluate science critically, to use it properly. And I think that teams they're trying to be on the right side of the fence. You have multidisciplinary teams of marketing and legal and PR and science and scientific affairs, and they're trying to do the right thing. I do see that quite a bit, and I really want to laud the industry for that, because we really have come a long way. And then, we always talk about, the bad actors, et cetera, and even some people who are just perhaps out of ignorance don't understand what it takes to critically evaluate a study. I myself, call myself naive, but I did not ever assume that a study was fraudulent. If I saw something that was a little bit, didn't quite add up, as like, wow, that's a really good result. And it didn't occur to me that it was fabricated. I'm just not that kind of person. Maybe other people are a little bit less naive or a little bit more, kind of critical in that way. But certainly now I am, and this is part of the reason why I'm so happy that you gave us this platform, is to bring people's awareness up. For that reason, because I do think that, everyone that I have spoken to, and I've been rabble-rousing and talking to a lot of people in a lot of different, in the trades and in companies and whatnot, everyone that I have spoken to has said, this is scary, which it is scary, but it also says to me that people are taking it seriously. Mm-hmm. And so, to answer your question, I do think that the relationship with science has come a long way, and hopefully, will continue to be taken as seriously as it should be.
But this is a whole new level of something. It isn't like criticizing a study because it's 3 fruit flies and 2 mice. This is like completely pulled out of nowhere.
I think those days are over.
Yeah, but it's not the quality
be,
of the study, it's the very existence of the evidence.
It's the existence of the evidence. And one thing that I want to point out, there are a couple of resources that I think that for companies that want to start looking into this. I think there's an internal, inside each company dialogue that has to happen, and then there's a community dialogue that has to happen around this. So for those that are going to be starting these dialogues inside companies, some of the resources that you can use, there's an excellent website called Retraction Watch, which has been out already for almost 15 years. It's 2 volunteers, but they publish on a weekly basis studies that have been retracted, particular bad actors who have things like over 200 retracted studies, et cetera, things like this. That's a resource if you're going to run by. It would be at my first pass if you have a set of studies. Go there first and see if it's in their database. There are, things that Akash can talk more about. There's something called the problematic paper mill, problematic paper alarm. I think there's the paper mill something. STM Integrity Hub is a website that you can go to, and I think more of these tools are going to be coming out because we're not the only industry that's dealing with this. This is across every industry, and people are thinking about this, and there's a lot of learnings that can be gathered from around the world of how people are making their own checklists, for example. Dr. Alan Gaby has a checklist. It's also in Eric's article of here are some ways of determining whether a paper is suspect or not. You can't always be sure, but there are some things that are kind of, impossibilities. And when you find something that's an impossibility in the study, you know right away, you shouldn't use this study.
Okay, do you think it's are there certain kind of categories in this industry that are more vulnerable as to others, or is this all across the board? Like you've already said that other industries are facing the same thing, but is there certain places where you're more suspicious? Is it sports nutrition? Is it what?
Not that I know of, and I'm into this because I just seized on it. I can't not do something about this. It's too important to me, but I don't know everything that there is to know, and it's the tip of the iceberg. But my sense is that it's probably, unless there's just a specific piece of the story that ends up having one particular category be more vulnerable to this, it's probably across the board. The root of this is that researchers need to, there's the publisher perish, which has only gotten worse and more of a stress on researchers. And so that paired together with open access journals that will publish for a fee, it makes it ripe for unethical behavior, people to just get that study out there, just pay for it, and everyone in that circle wins. The publication wins, and the researcher wins, and that's what happens. I want to make another caution that open access journals are particularly vulnerable. If you talk, it may not be condition-specific areas, but if you're trying to figure out where you might have to have your antenna up a little more, open access journals, I don't want to trash them across the board, absolutely not. But just because of the model the way it is, they're vulnerable. And there's actually a list that I was made aware of called Beall's List, B-E-A-L-L. Beall's List is a librarian, actually, who is keeping a list of open access journals that were bogus, who said they had peer review, but they either had nothing of the sort or they had very lax peer review, and it was sort of known that anything that's published in there is probably not real. He has since retired, and it has not been updated. I think the last time it was like 2 to 3 years ago, but it's still a very valuable archived resource of lists of open access journals to stay away from.
Okay, want to go to Akash. Tell me, you said that some companies are asking the questions more. Is that a difference in size? Is it where's the sophistication coming at from you? Or what is it? Is it just the personalities behind it?
I think that ultimately, I don't know if folks in our industry necessarily see this as a different problem, the way that you framed it, from quality of studies. I think ultimately, the best companies in this industry are always evaluating whether the science is good or whether the science is bad. And fraudulent is basically the worst version of it, but ultimately there's a whole spectrum of science in the middle as well that maybe isn't fraudulent, maybe wasn't produced by a paper mill, but it's still pretty bad science. And I think that most companies that we partner with that are here at this show are constantly trying to assess the difference between what's good and bad, and they have heuristics that are objective that they use to be able to figure that out.
But the sophistication to know about this whole fraudulent, flood, as the Wall Street Journal
I wouldn't say
said.
I've noticed a pattern there, Rick.
Okay.
It's still just the identification of the research that's being produced by ChatGPT or by paper mill is still something that I've probably only heard from a few people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's more just like, is this good science, basically?
Well, Risa, do you see a pattern in that too, of like companies? Is it size? Is it just approach? the people who are starting to talk about this are noticing this?
I agree with Akash. It's so new. Most people don't even know about this. You know, they don't even know that they have to be looking for this. So time will tell.
I do believe, though, not to be overly optimistic on this extremely serious topic, but I have a bit of a different perspective on the future of this topic, which is that I think the irony of the concern of fraudulent research because of generative AI is that actually we now as a society have a technology available to us that can scan millions of papers and help us detect fraudulent research a lot faster than we have before. I think we've had some of these resources that you mentioned, but ultimately the resources are only going to be as good as those here that actually utilize those resources. And to utilize those resources when you're reviewing paper after paper after paper after paper, it adds a lot of effort to the process, and I just don't know how well utilized those resources will be. But I'm optimistic that with generative AI, we will have tools very soon. I don't know exactly when, but probably in the next 6 to 12 months. In fact, we're working on our own version of it at Ingredient AI, where you can better flag something that should potentially be retracted or might be fraudulent. So I think the future's actually, the problem's getting worse, but there's actually a real solution that's coming, in my opinion.
Well, but it starts to sound like AI versus AI. We got AI writing them over here and AI over there detecting them. It's sort of like the war of the robots. How does this end? Isn't this how Terminator started?
I can't predict the future, Rick.
But it is there an arms race thing going on there? And
I wouldn't think of it as an arms race. I would just think of it as an irony of a technology that can actually solve its own problem.
Well, Risa, do you have any faith in this? I'm a newspaper reporter and a complete cynic from birth.
I know you are.
I have no faith in that.
I know.
I think it's like any technology. You could pick nuclear power. It can be used for great good and it can be used for great evil.
Exactly.
It's the same thing here, and we just have to try and be on the right side. I mean, we obviously want to be on the right side of this one. Use it. I mean, I don't have a problem with using AI to detect bad AI. Why not? You know, use it in our favor. And I just want to say also that it goes beyond. It's not just an AI solvable issue. It's going to be also a community solved issue and a globally solved issue. Honestly, I mean, I envision for this industry, I envision working groups. Why should every company have to reinvent the wheel for themselves? You know, we should have our trade groups involved, and they are getting involved. The CRN's involved, ABC's involved in best practices for our industry. Why shouldn't we put out infographics about, you know, here's the 10 top ways to screen for a fraudulent study? Why shouldn't we do that? Why shouldn't we borrow from other industries who've already put in their work? And then the next level also, obviously it's a global problem. Perhaps there will be certifications of some kind. Perhaps there will be a demand on publications, right? Because that's one of the roots. The publications, they're doing the publishing of these studies. Should they be held to higher count? Should the peer review process, a lot of people talk about how the peer review process is broken, it's not broken, etc. That's a critical piece of this also. It's a lot of moving parts that can come together to help fix this problem.
I completely agree. I completely agree. The responsibility is on us as a scientific community. My only point was that we can use technology as a tool to be able to improve scientific rigor, which has been a problem since the beginning of science, but I think we can use technology to improve it.
But do you think that, like I said, on the other side of this technology, we're not going to call it arms race, we'll call it a conflict, is that going to accelerate the problem, at least for a while, that people can, I could write a study faster than my fake study guy I hired could?
I don't know, to be honest with you, but I don't think so. Because if anything, it's just making the problem more in focus for us as a community. It's causing us to pay more attention to this problem. And my hope is that as a result, our rigor will improve and actually science will benefit from this technology.
Okay, well, Risa, let's go back to some of the risks of it, like the bad part that happens. Not that just you have to be responsible and go through and find these, or you have to make some statement. You know, the FTC, changed their rules around substantiation like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
That alert.
Yep.
How much do they know about this going on?
I don't know. That's a good question. I would imagine, I mean, it became front page news this past spring.
Right.
So I imagine they're aware of it. I don't know what they're doing about it or how they're incorporating it into their ways of thinking, into their reviews, etc. But it's only going to become more prominent. That it doesn't seem to me like something that's going to be a flash in the pan and it's going to go away. It's too important. There are too many people involved. There are too many people doing things about it.
So, but it's a new vulnerability if you're having a conversation with FTC.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so. You have to be buttoned up. There's another place to be buttoned up, so to speak.
Okay. Well, what kind of conversations are you having with your clients now?
It depends on the client. Some of them are looking back at the research that they have. Let's make sure we know about these papers. Let's make sure we're buttoned up about these. Some of them are saying, okay, so are you doing this extra level of scrutiny? Are you doing it for us? Are we doing it? How are we dealing with this? We have Mark Blumenthal here from ABC. He's taken a look at his herbalogram, herb clip, and saying, okay, we have to own this. We have to be responsible. We put out research. We tell the community that this is good research. We're going to be labeling, and he's going through this, and he can talk with you about it. Labeling papers that have been retracted and talking about how do we do this. It's a community issue as well of how we're going to go about this. And my fervent hope is that this session, and we also have a lot of publication in it, Eric's publication. I just wrote something recently in NBJ, which is available online at the SupplySide Supplement Journal website. Start conversations, please, in your companies, because it's going to have to be a community effort. And it goes concentric circles out. Your company, our trades, your B2B communications, your B2C communications, and then also our responsibilities in industry. This could be used as fodder against us, another piece of information. Oh, look at the dietary supplement, there was a retracted article and they based this on it. And more fodder for the naysayers. We don't want that. We want as a community for us to say, yes, we're aware of this. This is a global problem. It's not just our problem. And this is how we're dealing with it because scientific integrity is important to us. I would love that to be where we're standing when some reporter picks up on this with regard to something within our industry. So please, no one has time. Mark said this, we don't have time, we don't have money, and they're doing it anyways to their great credit. And we have to do it as well because ultimately it can really come back to bite us if we don't.
Are you satisfied with what you're seeing right now in terms of, like, this is happening quickly? Is the industry responding quickly enough?
We're very early, just like Akash said, we're very early. I'm very pleased that ABC's efforts, CRN is very involved and interested. Everyone that I've spoken to has said, wow, we have to do something about this, right? And there has to be a hub, and we're early in the evolution. And again, I appeal to you, are we gonna have working groups? Maybe at the next SupplySide East, maybe at the MBJ Summit. I don't know. We should really share resources here because nobody has time for this. And we have to make time for this. So why shouldn't we all make it as efficient as possible and help each other out?
Well, Akash, what do you think? Do you think that, like you said, this is so new, you're just starting to hear about it from a few clients. Where do you see this in 3-4 months? What would you like to see happen in 3 or 4 months?
I would, like I said earlier, I would like to see the tools that people are currently using today to locate scientific evidence. I would like to see those tools incorporate these checks into their software so that we almost don't have to add that to our SOP of how we review science. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see flags. I'd like to see a score, a temperature on how strong is this science, how likely is it to be fraudulent, how likely is it to have been generated by a paper mill. And then I'd like to have those tools then automatically say, hey, you should maybe ignore this study, or you should double check that this is a real study. I think the only way that this actually becomes preventable is if it's built and embedded into the tools that we're using.
And if that tool was available, could a company take that and just unleash it on whatever was in their library and their sort of quiver of studies they've used?
Exactly. Like if I had, something that Mark and I are talking about this too with the herb clips, if we can find a way to use technology to identify which of these studies have already been marked as retracted on PubMed, which is very possible, then you should be able to very quickly mark those studies as retracted. rather than having to go one by one.
I just wanted to make everyone aware that there's another designation, not just retracted. There's another one called an expression of concern, and it comes out as a letter. And this is issued by a publication if there has been something questionable about a study and the authors do not address those issues satisfactorily. And then the journal will then put out this thing called expression of concern. There are a lot of those out there, and you can look them up. And you can look up, there are certain authors that have almost all of their papers are now have expressions of concern from across journals, and some of these are very reputable journals. So I just wanted to put that out there to educate you along those lines. Maybe we have time for some questions?
We could take a question, but you'd have to, here's Eric. Do you want to come up and grab this mic? We'll share.
Hi folks, Eric Goldman with Holistic Primary Care. So my question is to Akash, since you seem to be really on the edge of the AI. Is there a possibility to build AI tools into the journal's peer review process? Because it seems like that's where the major breakdown is happening. People just don't have time to analyze these journal papers when they're submitted. It's just way easier to sign off of them, get them published, and if they're retracted 10 years down the road, who cares? You know what I mean? So we need the tools at the starting point upstream.
Exactly. I completely agree. You articulated it better than I could. I think in that peer review process, the tool should be embedded into that process. So it actually, as a result, makes our entire peer review process better, which then enhances scientific rigor. It's not happening as quickly as I'd like it to, but it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. That's my view.
Okay. Well,
we'll take one more.
We'll do one more question, and then I'll let Risa wrap it up here.
Hi, thank you very much. When you talk about the anatomy of a fraudulent study, are you talking mainly about the drafting and AI and so forth, or also, for example, about the study design and sort of the content of the study?
I'm sorry, I had a little trouble hearing you.
For fraudulent studies, do you also consider the study design, in other words, how the study was set up, or is it just about how it was drafted and paper mill and so forth?
Yeah, there's a number of factors, and it can extend to any portion of the study itself. An example of a study design that would be unlikely would be, for example, a very large study population for a very, like one researcher publishing it, right? So they have a very large study, there's only one person who worked on that study. It's a little bit implausible. Or, for example, also a very large study population for an indication that has no prior work on it. There's no pilot studies, there's no animal work. Why would they go straight into a 200-person study? That's not the way it's done. Other things like you have a timeline for a study. Let's say you have recruitment and you're going to recruit 100 people, and then you're going to give an intervention for 12 weeks and a four-week follow-up, so that you can kind of figure out how long that study should take. Started recruiting March 2023, and then you look at the paper. There's always in the little font when the paper was submitted and when it was accepted. If the paper was submitted and accepted in August of 2023, it's a little too early. Not possible to finish that study properly, to recruit all those people and get through 3 months of treatment, analyze the data, publish it, peer review it. Not possible. It happens. I mean, we've seen things like that, and I didn't make this up. I'm a newbie to this field. There have been people who've been doing this for way longer than I and know what they're talking about, and they've published these kinds of lists of things to look for in study design. These little nuances. I never looked at such things. I wasn't thinking of such things. But now we have to look at them.
And that's our new reality. We have to wrap up now. We were out of time a few seconds ago. I want to thank Risa for bringing this to my attention and bringing it to all our attention. The piece that was in the Nutrition Business Journal also published online in SupplySide Supplement Journal. So look for it there to read her piece there. And keep following this. This is a big deal. It doesn't get solved until everybody's here together, working with people like Akash and Risa and the trades and Mark Blumenthal and Eric. We got to get on top of this because We've seen lesser things explode big in the public consciousness. So thank you all for coming. Thank you again, Risa. Thanks, Akash.
Thank you, Rick.
Pleasure, thank you.
Thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
All right. Yeah, we do have some slides.
Yeah.
It's very nice. Bright lights, buddy.
Yeah. All right, welcome everybody. Glad you're here. Welcome to SupplySide. Hello. So, our session today with Givaudan is going to be presented by, let me just introduce our presenters today. I'm sorry I'm holding papers, but I didn't have this in my hand beforehand, so I'm just gonna keep this in front of me here. So, we've got two speakers today joining us. We've got Kim Duncan. Kim Duncan is the head of Consumer Insights, Taste and Well-Being at Givaudan. And she spends every day thinking about consumers. This is her lifeblood. For over 20 years, she's worked to perfect her skill, knowing just the right question to ask to get the most insightful answer. Kim has spent 15 of those years at Givaudan focusing specifically on food and beverage consumers. She's oftentimes the guiding voice behind the scenes, assisting marketing and product developers in cultivating some of your favorite food and beverage products. Kim possesses a keen ability to translate consumer data into relevant insights, and she holds a bachelor's degree in marketing and international business from Ohio University. Welcome, Kim. I've neglected to say too, my name is Fran Schoenwetter. I am with Informa, SupplySide Supplement Journal and Food and Beverage Journal, and I'm the Director of Content Marketing. Also joining us today is Dan Sousa. And Dan is also, of course, with Givaudan, and he is the Global Marketing Manager for Givaudan's health and branded ingredient portfolio. He's applied an entrepreneurial spirit, technical knowledge, and sales and marketing expertise to a wide range of botanicals throughout his 20-plus year career in the industry. Some people call him Mr. Cranberry. Mr. Sousa has thrived in the dynamic environment of Givaudan for the past 5 years. His responsibilities include clinical trial development, product management, health claim registration, strategic category management, and product development. He holds a BA in marketing from the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, place I used to live. And I'm so glad that they're both here today. I'm going to step aside and let them do their presentation. After the presentation, we will not be doing audience Q&A, but I will have a bit of a Q&A up on the stage. So thank you again, and here we go.
Thank you.
I stand up.
You want to stand up?
Feels weird to sit down.
Okay,
so I'm
that's
standing
good
up.
with me.
All right, thanks for coming today. So the first part of the presentation, I'm going to talk about a research study that we did to try to understand consumers a little bit more in the sports nutrition space. We're supposed to have a clicker.
There we go.
Oh.
Forward one.
There we go. Okay. All right. So I don't really know that this first sentence is really a big shocker, but you know, something we kind of try to follow at Givaudan is the idea of, in the food and beverage space, there are no one-size-fits-all products anymore. Those products really exist, and it's very, very hard to come out with those types of products anymore in a market that's really saturated with a lot of products. So it's really about trying to find the right product for the right person. And for this one, we've been talking about sports nutrition for quite a while, and really kind of what that means. And the one thing that we really keep coming back to is the fact that in the sports nutrition category, you have athletes, but you also have non-athletes that are consuming this. So really, what does this mean for that category, and how can we maybe tap into that non-athlete that is also in this space? So we ran a survey, which is what I do. So they came to me and they're like, how can we understand more about consumers and really how they are in this space? So we did an online survey, and we targeted consumers who consume sports nutrition products, as well as we wanted them to engage in some level of physical activity, because I mentioned kind of that athlete versus non-athlete. But the challenge is, how do you really find those people? So, you know, and how do you ask questions around physical activity that you don't get those aspirational or socially acceptable answers? I know a lot of times when people are trying to identify athletes, it's kind of like, how many days a week do you work out? And if they say daily, then you're like, all right, they're an athlete. If they don't, then they're not a non-athlete. But if I get asked that question, I might say, I work out 1 to 2 days a week, which is true, but I really should be working out 3 to 4. So I will pick that answer, because that's the answer I want to be. So the way we've tried to avoid that in situations like that, where people can really give those socially acceptable aspirational answers, is to provide a list of statements. It's really hard to choose an aspirational statement when there's something that really, really resonates with you. So what we did here was we asked 7 different statements that varied in things that related to physical activity. And then based on how they answered those questions, we were able to create these 3 buckets based on their activity level. So you can kind of see how they fall out. The bulk of the people kind of fell in that moderately active group. And then we had the highly active people and the occasionally active people at the other 2 ends. So to dig into these a little bit more, as you can kind of see, there's definitely demographic differences between those, as well as really how that physical activity is kind of described. You know, one of the things that I get asked all the time is around that younger age group, whether you call it Gen Z or you call it millennials or you call it the 18 to 34-year-olds, everybody always wants to know what's going on with that group. And the assumption is that group is the one that always wants more. They're more adventurous. They want more adventurous foods. They like more adventurous flavors. They do more exercise than other groups. And that's true, as you can see, but there's a lot of 18 to 34-year-olds that also fell into that moderately active group. So assuming that all 18 to 34-year-olds are highly active could really be a miss, because there's a group of these people that are not in that highly active group. The other thing that I think was really important about defining these groups is really to understand those levels of activity. So somebody that's in that highly active group, you know, their physical activity is really about being super competitive. They do structured training. They're very, very into it. Versus somebody that's just occasionally active, they prioritize other aspects of their life over physical activity. So do you think they want the same product? Maybe. But there's a really good chance they want 2 different products, or if it is the same product, they have to be positioned a little bit differently as to whether they're highly active or they're occasionally active. So then the next part of the survey that we really wanted to do was like ground the space. So we do this a lot, to where we want to define what we're talking about, so that, you know, what we think it is the same thing that the consumers are answering to. We do it a lot of times with flavors. There's lots of flavors consumers might not know what they taste like, so we'll give them a description, so that way we know when we're creating somebody like that flavor, they liked it based on the description. So that was kind of the same thing we did here. We could just say, do you buy sports nutrition, or how likely would you be to buy sports nutrition products? Somebody says they would. We go on with the survey, but our idea of sports nutrition products might be different from theirs. So what we did was we created a statement. There was a lot more to it than this, but this gives you the gist of it. We identified what products fall into that space of that nutrition category, as well as then kind of said, like, you would consume this for these reasons, which would kind of target that athlete, and then you would consume it for these reasons, which would kind of target that non-athlete. That way, we know that if they said they would buy products in the sports nutrition category, we know that how we define it is what they're saying they would buy. So then what we saw at the end of this, and by doing it this way, it really kind of helped really highlight this. So you can see that when we posed that question to them and set the stage, that the highly active consumers, 76% of them said they definitely or probably would buy sport or products in this category. Compared to the moderately active and the occasional active, they said 56 to 57% said they would buy those. But this is a disconnect because the first question we asked them to qualify for the survey, if you remember, was they had to consume products, which of these products did they consume once a month? Things like sports drinks and energy drinks, protein bars, protein beverages. They said they had to consume them, but when you asked them about sports nutrition beverages or sports nutrition products, they were like, I'm just kind of interested in it. So there's really a disconnect in how these people are kind of perceiving this category. So do we need to think about, changing the label of this category, or maybe creating a completely different category that could help focus to those people that fall into those moderately active and occasionally active groups? So those were the things that, kind of like gave us the foundation of the study so that we really kind of understood who we were talking to and kind of set the stage. And then there were some things that came out, throughout the rest of the survey that are really interesting that I wanted to highlight here today. The first thing, I've kind of already mentioned this already, but there's lots of layers to a consumer. I think a lot of times, a product gets launched and everybody's like, oh, I need to do this too. So I think it's really important that you don't fall into the trap of the Me Too products. Again, there's lots of products out there. The market's already saturated. So jumping on the bandwagon after another product's been out there might not be the best way, but rather really understanding the many layers of the consumers that are consuming your products and really trying to target in on who you're going to focus on. Again, it goes back to, just making sure you understand as much as you can about that consumer instead of trying to have like that high level solution that maybe doesn't hit anybody. The other thing I think that was really interesting that we found out was claims and nutritional info are primary influencers when people are buying these products. So the claims that you can make on a product, the nutritional info, that's what people are really looking for when they're buying products in this space. But we also found out that aside from like protein and B vitamins, which have really high awareness, most of the ingredients that you include in your products that allow you to make those claims or put some specific nutritional piece on the label, they're not aware of those. So you need the ingredients to be able to make the claims, but the claims are really what consumers are looking for in influencing their decision to buy a product. And then the last part that was really interesting and we thought we wanted to talk about today was the idea of targeting female consumers. Women are prioritizing energy maintenance and weight management. They're in this space just like males are. But when you think about the products that are in this space, the way they are marketed, the way they're packaged, a lot of times they're heavily male focused. Males are in the advertising, males are the font and the packaging and the colors might be a little bit more male oriented. So how can we start thinking about maybe creating a specific line of products that are tailored to women that are in this space? Pre-workout powder might be a great idea, like having an energy-focused pre-workout powder. I know that to me, a lot of the pre-workout powders right now are very focused on males and males in the gym and that sort of thing. So what if you completely changed how you position it and how you label it and all the marketing things and really aim it towards females? So that's kind of when we start thinking about the sports nutrition space, that's where we start. We kind of take what we've learned about consumers and kind of how does that translate into how we work with our customers and how we help build products in this type of space. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dan, and he's going to talk about, how the ingredient piece kind of fits in and how that can support what we know about consumers.
Thanks. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. So I'm Dan Souza, I was introduced earlier. I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much. So let's get into it.
Oh, the big green button.
Big green button, pretty easy. So we're going to talk about, how really what we're talking about in the space here is about making a better version of yourself, or fitter version of yourself. When we talk about fitness, it's typically, you might think about, sports, performance only, or muscle. But as Kim just said, the space is really evolving. I kind of liken it to what we've seen happening in the beauty from within space, where it used to be hair, skin, and nails, and everybody had a hair, skin, and nails product. But now what we see in the beauty from within space is people are playing in different spaces, energy, sleep and relax. And we know that holistically, it's going to make you perform better in that beauty from within space. So that same concept of the changing of the space is happening in this sports space, where we're looking at not just energy and physical performance, but mental energy as well, right? How can we be ready to perform on a daily basis? And that might not be sports performance, but just performing your day-to-day activities at your optimal self. So just an overall wellness that we're trying to drive, right? And when we look at this, as we said, we can really dive in and look at specific areas where women, for instance, are looking for products that are energy-focused, pre-workout, as Kim had described. That's not what we typically associate with a sports performance, a sports performance ingredient or solution in the marketplace. And in the end, we need to bring products to market that work, and we need to convince consumers to take a product. And how do we do that? Really with the label claims that we can make. And claims are really information that consumers can take in. Would be the claims that are on a product, or nutritional information, maybe vitamins, fiber content, things of that nature, right? So how do we deliver these products? If you think about a sport product or any product, really it is an ingredient with some marketing associated with it. So it's really important that we select the right ingredients for these products, for the end consumer product that's going to be delivered to the marketplace. So the ingredient delivers all of the features and benefits that you're going to make on your label claims and then on your marketing. If you don't have an ingredient that delivers those benefits and features, you can't make those claims, right? And those claims could be anything from efficacy to a storytelling of where the product came from, naturality of a product, especially in this space, we're really interested in naturally sourced ingredients. Sustainability, as I mentioned. Applicability, we can put it into different applications that consumers are looking for, and that can help to tell the story of an active lifestyle. So selecting an ingredient is really critical. And the question is, how do I select the best ingredient? And we really think the way to do that is to look at branded ingredients. We've done some consumer research to try to understand what's driving consumers to select products with branded ingredients. So a branded ingredient, first and foremost, is typically a trademarked ingredient. So it could be, in an instance that we have in our portfolio, we have a generic turmeric, and then we'll have a turmeric we call TermiPure Gold that has clinical studies. It's got a trademarked ingredient. You can use that. You can use our science. Maybe you can leverage our patents. You can use the unique formulations and all the regulatory work we've done to get to market quicker. So that would be a branded ingredient. I wanted to describe what that is. But what does the consumer associate with branded ingredients is really what's important. And what our research has said is that when consumers see a branded ingredient on a label, what they associate with that, first and foremost, is a quality ingredient, high quality, high value ingredient. And then they also associate it with science. We see that science really rings true. So the consumers are thinking, okay, I got a quality ingredient that's delivering health benefits, scientifically substantiated health benefits. That combination leads to consumers trusting and being more loyal to products that have branded ingredients in them. So that triad of quality ingredient backed by science leads to trust is a good reason for you to want to use a branded ingredient in your product for any health benefit, but especially in the sports nutrition space as well. So when we look at kind of what is a branded ingredient, what are some of the pillars that we try to build at least our branded ingredients on? We've got 4 of them. really scientifically proven. So first and foremost, how does the product work? What's the mechanism of action? Is there maybe some bioavailability that's superior to something else in the marketplace? So maybe you can use less of the ingredient. Instead of 1.5 grams, we can do it 300 milligrams. Something like that, that's going to give you some application flexibility. Does it have an impact on the microbiome? That's a hot topic. Can we impact the microbiome? Then, of course, does it work for a health benefit? That's really why the consumer is going to take a product. In our space, it's not about taste and flavor. It's really about taking an ingredient for a purpose of being healthier, or having more energy, or being able to rest, or whatever it may be. So you really want to have strong clinical studies behind a branded ingredient. And if you have those, and that rest of that scientific package, there's a chance that you could get a health claim for the ingredient as well. And that's just going to drive more and more loyalty and awareness of an ingredient. So these are the things that our customers, not necessarily the consumers, are looking for, and these are going to allow them to do the consumer messaging down the road. So first and foremost, you have to have a product that works, and the clinical studies are a way to do it. Another thing that you'll find in the branded ingredient space is there's going to be more of a focus on making the product work well in application. So not just a pill, but can we make it so it can go into gummies, which are of course very hard, or a sachet, or a strip that you can dissolve or put on your tongue, all kinds of different applications. If you have a branded ingredient, probably invest more in showing that the product works in a wider range of applications so that the consumer has choice, the customer has choice. The next thing we would talk about would be regulatory. So, do you have the safety data to back it up? Do you have the registrations in certain jurisdictions? Can you make claims based on any science that you may have done on an ingredient? One thing I should mention too for the efficacy is, can you show that it works in applications? Is it stable in an application? Does it work in the application? That's something I missed on the previous bullet. But from a regulatory perspective, again, is it safe? Do we have any claims that we can make? Things of that nature. And then the final bullet is sustainability. And that's really some more of the storytelling that our consumers are really interested in. Maybe kind of more long form storytelling that maybe it's not going to be on your package so much as it might be in some of your socials, right? Where you're going to talk about where the product came from. Is it traceable? Is it sustainable? How does it impact the people and the environment where it's harvested and grown? How can we give back, both as an ingredient supplier and as a consumer, as a branding partner? So those are the things that you're looking for to build in a brand, and those are the features and benefits that then the customer can go ahead and turn into features and benefits that go on a label that the consumer can, get a deeper understanding of the product and why they're consuming it. So this is just kind of some examples of different ways, from a non-branded ingredient, you might just be like, oh, you can say, 1 pill a day. But, with a branded ingredient, you might be able to say, hey, this is the most bioavailable product on the marketplace, and that's going to allow you to have a lower dose, a more efficacious dose. Or you could say it's the lowest clinically substantiated dose. So you get more to say when there's more behind the ingredient than just a generic ingredient. Again, we talk about different formats, standard run-of-the-mill generic ingredient might just work well in capsules. But, applications, consumers want choice. They want gummies, they want sachets, they want soft gelatins. And, a branded ingredient would typically have done the background work to show that it not only does it work in that application, but it's stable and can really deliver the goods for the consumer. And then really the cream of the crop is the benefit messaging or claims, depending on what kind of market you're in, what jurisdiction you're in. How can you talk about the product? So from a non-branded point of view, you see, hey, it's a sports recovery product, and that's really as far as you can go. But when you dig into an ingredient that's had clinical studies done on it, and branded ingredient, for instance, we have a turmeric extract that we recently did some work on, and we can make more in-depth claims like, help improve performance, reduce fatigue, it's fast acting, things of that nature. So there's better ways for you to communicate the benefits to the consumer if you have a branded ingredient. So, in the end, what I think we kind of learned today is we can expand this market. So we can expand the consumer, target. It used to be, the muscle heads, right? And now we've got really anybody in the marketplace in any age group. Women that are looking at energy is kind of in the sports nutrition market, right? Women looking for weight management products, things of that nature. So it's not just protein for sport performance, a big bucket of protein, right? There's a lot of nuance to this space, so we can expand the space. We can expand the benefits that we're looking at. So let's not just look at sports performance, because that's really the basis of the category. But what comes along with that? Joint health. If I'm having high impact sports performance, sports activities, maybe my joints are a little sore. So that's an area we can expand into. Can we expand into blood flow to help recovery? Can we look at focus and attention so I can stay on task? If somebody that's heavy into exercise might really want to stay on task in a biking or type of activity where you really need to be in task. And then memory, how can you stay focused and attention? So these types of benefits are really important so that we can really help deliver physical performance. Not just physical performance again, but physical performance in this new world of physical performance plus mental performance plus overall wellness and well-being. I think that might be the end. Did you want to cover the conclusions?
Yeah, so I think, just kind of to sum up what we said, you've got, you want to make sure you have the consumer connection, really understanding the health and wellness needs, how those might manifest differently across those different people that fall into the people that are consuming these products. That kind of leads into that product development, really identifying who you want to focus in on. Like, it's not a one size fits all. So really trying to understand how you could have that product that's really going to resonate with who you want it to resonate with. And then really deciding what kind of positioning you want to have and what kind of ingredients can help support the products that you're going to develop and the types of things that you want to use in your marketing campaigns and your social campaigns, what you want to put on the package and that sort of thing, and considering like where a branded ingredient might be the better solution as you're developing those products.
Thank you.
Hello. So I do have a couple of questions, and I'm going to put my notes here. Thank you so much, Kim and Dan.
Yes.
That was fantastic. So I'm just going to dig in a little bit deeper on a couple of the things that you were just talking about. And I also just want to emphasize for our audience members and anyone that's representing a brand here, a consumer brand product, the value. I just want to re-emphasize the value of including branded, clinically studied ingredients, including that branding on your label. I know sometimes there's hesitancy around that. People think that they're giving away a proprietary formula, but consumers want that information and they want to have the power to be able to explore that more. And I know we've really been covering that in the media space quite a bit.
We have seen too that consumers are willing to pay a little bit more for it too, so they see the value. It's not just putting it on and hoping that they'll pay for it. They see the value, they see the quality, and they're willing to pay a little bit more.
They want to buy benefits. They don't want to just buy hope.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to the store to buy a benefit. That's the only reason they're going to the store. They want to fix whatever's wrong or support whatever they're doing. So they want a product that works. So the branded ingredient, as I said, helps with the trust and the quality kind of assurance for the consumer.
Yeah, and I guess I would just mention one other thing too, and that's about product format too, because if you talked, both of you, Kim and Dan, about claims on label too, and you have some limitations based upon format of your product too. So if it's a food and beverage format and you don't have a nutrition fact panel on the label, you may have some limitations about the kinds of claims you can put on that label. So I want to re-emphasize that. There are certain claims you can include with a branded ingredient in a food and beverage format, but it does depend upon how it's intended to be consumed. So maybe I'm stating the obvious for this audience, but just want to reinforce that.
Yeah, the nutrition panel versus the supplement panel is key. You can get yourself into a lot of trouble if you're making, let's say, dietary supplement panel claims on a nutrition panel. You have to make sure that you get your ducks in a row there, for sure. So good point.
I wanted to ask you, Kim, a little bit more about the right consumer. You talked about that, really understanding who your consumer is in a very specific way. And I just was hoping you could comment some on some of the tactics you might recommend in terms of really being able to reach the right consumer in the appropriate way based upon, like you may have the same ingredient in two different products. What are the best ways to reach your intended end user, that consumer?
I mean, I think, I've said it's one size doesn't fit all. So I think you really have to focus on who you're going to target, and you have to really understand that there's different levels. Like I said, somebody might be like, oh, do you consume sports nutrition products? And people say yes, or they don't, but they don't really know what those are. So you really have to understand, like, do they understand the space? And how are they really interacting with them? Because those could be very different needs with what they really are seeking those products out for. And just keeping in mind that one size does not fit all. Because I think what happens is you try to create a product for everyone, and then it doesn't hit anybody because you're trying to cover too many bases, and it doesn't resonate with anybody.
So it's customizing the product design, not just the packaging, not just the targeted tactical marketing, but really, really customizing product design to be able to meet that consumer right where they are.
Yeah, and understanding that it might only be 14% of the population, but if you get the right product for 14% of the population, you can be really successful versus creating a product that doesn't reach anybody. So
it's almost customizing the population rather than the product first. So you customize that population, then you deliver the right product to them.
Right, you want to hit it out of the park, right? Right, you don't want to just, baseball metaphor, sorry, you don't want to just bunt. So sometimes that matters. I also wanted to ask about bridging that gap between consumer perceptions and categorization. This is really a nuanced kind of question, but maybe again more directed to you, Kim. Just again, that gap between perception and the product categorization.
I think that's again where we have to we defined that space. We wanted to make sure that we were grounding our consumers in kind of what we were talking about, what we wanted to know about. I think we live and breathe this space every day, whether it's supplements or food and beverage or whatever. And I think we give consumers way more credit than we probably should, and assume that when we talk about something that they understand that what we're talking about, or that's how they're talking about it as well. So really making sure that we level set what we're talking about so we're all on the same page helps us create better things. Just using flavor as the example, something like yuzu, people don't know what that is. And if somebody says, oh, I love yuzu, and our flavorist knows it tastes like this, but consumers think it tastes like this, well, there's a big disconnect there. Yeah. So we'll provide the description for that yuzu so that we make sure we're talking about the same thing. If they say they like it, it's what the flavorist is going to create.
Or if they like yuzu and then the product is dark green.
Right. Or there's a disconnect with the color.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So there's a sensorial disconnection there. And I just want to circle back again on branded ingredients again and consumer expectations. In the research that you're doing, are you seeing, are you learning about a shifted expectation on the part of consumers? Are they looking for that more carefully?
I think there's a group of consumers that are looking for that, and among that group, they can be really, really successful. There's going to be other consumers that maybe fall into that occasionally active group, and they're good with the generic. And they're not going to pay more for the branded ingredient. But the people that are highly active or moderately active, they're like, oh yeah, I'm all in. Because they are seeking, to Dan's point, they're going to the store seeking something out. And if they see the science behind it and they see that brand, they're like, all right, yep, I'm buying it and I'll pay more money. So again, it goes back to who's your consumer? Not everybody is going to pay more for branded ingredients, just really understanding that.
Is there another difference in consumer behavior around repeat purchasing? Because when we're talking about a clinically studied ingredient and those consumers that are willing to invest in that, they may experience more benefit from that. I mean, I can't say anything like that definitively, but is there more commitment for repeat purchasing? Do we see anything like that where that investment in a more researched product
I can
goes?
speak to that. For instance, we're the leaders in cranberry for urinary tract health, and we started off with a branded ingredient, and we've been building on that ingredient for a long time. And our business has grown, and we have very little attrition. We really rarely lose to a competitive product because the product's working for the consumer in the end. So the customer has no real reason. If it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. So the ability for us to deliver on the promise to the customer that they can then communicate to the consumer, once they get that consumer hooked, the consumer's not going to go anywhere a lot of times. Unless there's a major shift for some reason, they might go elsewhere. But if we can just stay the course and build those features and benefits into our ingredient that can then be communicated to the consumer, you're going to have customers for life. And that's really the goal.
Yeah, so it pays to invest, and it pays to support that kind of consumer trust and loyalty. That's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, the consumers say when they see the branded ingredient, they believe that there's science behind it, they believe it's a quality ingredient, and then they're going to be more loyal and they're going to buy it more often. So what else are you asking for, right?
Quality products that work, for sure.
That's why consumers go to the store.
Yeah, why would you buy it anyway? Well, that's all that I have to ask right now. I just want to thank you both again, Kim and Dan, and just make sure there's nothing else that we're leaving out here that you want to add. No pressure, just checking in with you. Anything else?
I would just invite anybody to come visit us at the booth. It's not too far away. I think it's 5533 or 5355, so 5355. We have some concepts and we can have a discussion with you about anything that you'd like to learn. But we're here to help you, and we really appreciate you coming down and spending some time with us. Thank you, friend.
Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you, Givaudan.
Good job.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh supplements and SupplySide Fresh food and beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead,
Hello. Hello. Welcome back to the SupplySide stage. Thanks for joining us for this session. Our speaker today is Sun Rhyme. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Rhyme, thank you. And he's a clinical pharmacist. Sun consults for CellMed. Our session today is all about immune health alert, clinical enhancement in cellular health activity from a natural anthocyanin fucoidin. Thank you. Nanocomplex, AFNC. A little technical there. So with that, I'm actually going to not belabor anything else on the stage here, and I'm going to hand this right over to Sun for his presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Good afternoon. Hi. Welcome. Thank you. As a pharmacist working over 25 years, I've been talking to a lot of physicians and pharmacists about nutraceutical. And you know what? Majority of physicians, even my fellow pharmacists, they think nutraceuticals are just food. They don't think nutraceuticals has any clinical benefits. Today, I'm going to introduce a very unique, well-studied, designed, researched, and developed by pharmacists, medicinal chemists, toxicologists, and nanoparticle scientists. It's called AFNC. And hi, my name is Sun Rhyme. I'm a clinical pharmacist, and I'm a clinical consultant for CellMed. And also, I'm an inpatient hospital pharmacist, and also I work for a global pharmaceutical company, Eli Lilly and Company. And today, it's my honor to talk about AFNC. And this great product is from CellMed. And CellMed is a nutraceutical division of JBK Lab in South Korea. And JBK Lab is a pharmaceutical company. So we make our product with highest standard and quality. So let's talk about AFNC. So A meaning anthocyanin, F means fucoidan. So we combine anthocyanin, fucoidan as a nanocomplex for good benefits. Very good benefit, and I'll just discuss shortly. So let's start with the A, anthocyanin. So our anthocyanins from aronia, and as you know, aronia has been known as medicinal plant over 100 years. Especially here in American Indians, they use aronia, which main ingredients is anthocyanin for fighting infection, high blood pressure, blood sugar, cold, arthritis, just you name it. So those are just lists. It's not from me. All the clinical benefits is from global scientists. When you Google anthocyanin, aronia, you'll find that tons of clinical benefits researched by all the scientists all over the world. So some of them, anthocyanin is a powerful antioxidant, and also it is reactive oxygen species scavenger, and also it's beneficial for oxidative stress and CSC, cancer stem cell. This is not from me, this is from all the scientific paper from all over the place. And abnormal cell growth disruption, enhanced immune function, just on and on and on and on, all the benefits of anthocyanin. But there's a limitations. Anthocyanins, once you consume as a food, it just hydrolyzed, oxidated in our system, and it loses efficacy very quick. So it just rapidly clear out of our system. That's the problem with anthocyanin. It's a superfood, super ingredients, but simply we cannot have anthocyanin in our system for better clinical benefits. Plus, its bioavailability is known less than 0.1%. So what's the benefit? To get the anthocyanin benefits, you have to consume tons of anthocyanin. What about fucoidan? The fucoidan was discovered over 100 years ago by Swedish scientists. And fucoidan is simply extracts from brown seaweed, brown algae. So it's known for immune enhancer. In Japan, there are tons of clinical studies using fucoidan for their patients. And there are two greatest benefits of fucoidan is, one is NK production, increase the production level of NK cell and also T cells. So what if we combine anthocyanin, fucoidan, combined as nanoparticle for better stability and better bioavailability? As I said, anthocyanin, it has its own restriction, and fucoidan is macromolecule. So to make it better to be in our bloodstream, we have to make as a smaller size as nanocomplex. So give you a little more details. So you see the anthocyanin, which is positively charged molecule, and fucoidan is negatively charged surfated polysaccharide. So we use ionic bonding and pi-pi covalent bonding reaction. We make and also we make a small as a nanocomplex. So you see the anthocyanin wrapped with fucoidan for better delivery system, better absorption. Very unique. So it was developed by one of the nanoparticle scientists. So let's talk about pharmacokinetics. I know it's a very boring project, the topic, but I have to explain what's the great benefit of making nanocomplex. So I just mentioned that it increased the chemical stability, actually chemical physiostability and bioavailability. So let's talk about one of the pharmacokinetic, which is half-life. As you know, the half-life is when you take medication, it goes your bloodstream. So I would say it's 100%. Then as time goes by, that medication metabolized and being cleared out of your system. So we measure the time between 100% decrease up to 50%, we call as a half-life. So as you can see the graph, just plain anthocyanin compared with AFNC, you'll see the AFNC in rats. So we did preclinical study using animals. So rats, the AFNC actually has longer half-life, meaning it stays in your system longer. That means you'll get more benefits, more clinical efficacy, right? And in a mice study, even is greater. So in mice, there's over 13.38 times longer AFNC stay in the bloodstream. So making nanocomplex, which is our own technology, gives a lot of clinical benefits. One more, the AUC is called area under the curve, simply meaning total drug exposure. So the larger the AUC means you have more drug exposure. So as you can see from graph, just plain anthocyanin compared with AFNC, the area under the curve of AFNC is over 3.24 fold. So AFNC will give you more drug exposure in your system. What about Cmax, which is a peak serum concentration? Of course, it's better with AFNC, 4.3 times better. I mean, more peak serum concentration. So now, I'm going to talk about actual in vivo animal study for preventing carcinogen-induced melanoma. Actually, it's not from me. It's from scientific paper. There's two major scientific paper published year 20 and year 21 using AFNC for preventing carcinogen-induced melanoma. The first one is actually from International Journal of Pharmaceutics. This is a top-tier scientific journal. So they used our own AFNC and they did tumorigenesis test. So this is skin of mice, and they induced the skin melanoma using called DMBA, TPA. So those are carcinogen and promoter. And the PBS is simply saline. FU is fucoidan, AN is anthocyanin, and AFNC is our product. So they induced skin melanoma, and you see all the nodules, pellinoma, and they measure in a 9 weeks time mark and 22nd weeks. And as you can see, the PBS, simply the mice was given just saline water. You see the size of nodules and counts of nodules is getting worse. When you compare with fucoidan, anthocyanin, it's a little better, right? But if the mice was given AFNC orally, you'll see the size of nodules and counts is way better. So suggesting AFNC has stable, give you more bioavailability for inhibiting tumor genesis. From the same paper, which is International Journal of Pharmaceutics, they did EMT suppression study. So just simply, EMT suppression study is about inhibition of cancer cell migration. So with the wound healing assay, what it is you look at the picture of human skin cell culture. And in the center part, they scrape up the skin cell, just make it clean. Then using DMBA and TPA, which is carcinogen, they induced the cancer cell. When you compare just DMBA, nothing was treated, and DMBA and heucoitin, DMBA, anthocyanin, and AFNC, you'll see migration. So cancer cell has motility, and it has capability of migration. So you'll see the AFNC treated the human skin cell, the migration, EMT, was much suppressed. So as a verbatim, I'm just telling you from that investigator saying AFNC effectively suppressed EMT induced by DMBA, which is a carcinogen. The second study, Journal of Food Biochemistry, published year 2021, is all about immune-enhancing efficacy of AFNC. So these scientists, they did 2 different experiments, one with macrophage, and second is mice. So first experiment, what they did, they pre-treated macrophage with AFNC. Then they noticed AFNC enhanced the production levels of immunostimulatory cytokines and nitrogen oxide in pre-treated macrophage. So nitrogen oxide, you know the immunostimulatory cytokines, but what about nitrogen oxide? Actually, nitrogen oxide is also released from macrophage. It has antibacterial activity. So AFNC enhanced the production level of those when macrophage was treated with AFNC. The second one, so the mice was treated with CP. The CP means cyclophosphamide, is known cancer drug. So it has great benefit as an anti-cancer drug, but it has, unfortunately, it has big side effect. It can cause immunosuppression in cancer patients. So we induced immunosuppression with cyclophosphamide in mice. Then those mice was given orally AFNC, and what they found is AFNC restore the immunostimulatory cytokines, which suggest immune-enhancing effects of AFNC. So this is amazing. I mean, this is just nutraceutical, has a lot of potential and efficacy and science-based. So the picture you're looking at is actually case study journal. So what happened is when we first marketed AFNC, its brand name is Ciaplex F, and you'll find at our booth number 6713. So we marketed this product. Pharmacists getting all the positive feedback, response from their patient. Actually, patient, they bring their picture, their medical report to pharmacists, and look at this. My symptom or my disease got cured, improved. They just keep telling to their pharmacist, and pharmacists it voluntarily reported to CellMed. So we collect those case study, and this journal is actually government certified scientific journal. So pharmacists voluntarily report those feedback testimonial from patient, and we end up making monthly clinical case study of AFNC. This is my last presentation. This is actually one of my cancer patients. Since I'm a clinical pharmacist working in a hospital, so this stage 4 skin melanoma cancer patient was treated called imatinib, which is immunotarget therapy. The problem is that patient suffer from so many side effects of imatinib. So unfortunately, she couldn't continue the imatinib. So here's a case. The patient's first complaint was severe headaches, 24 hours per 7, all the time. And her liver enzyme and CPK went up. You know that cancer patients, they have to go through every 3 or 4 weeks for blood test before getting their chemotherapy, either immunotarget therapy. So when you look at the graph, when the patient started 400 milligram of imatinib, the CPK started going up to 394 in month 2. Then oncologist was so much concerned, so oncologist put on hold the imatinib. And as you can see, the CPK went down to 165. Then the patient was rechallenged with lower strengths of imatinib, which is 300 milligram. Guess what? The CPK went skyrocketing to 512. At that point, patient was given our product AFNC, and guess what? It just went down to 168, almost close to normal range. Great. Same patient. The patient's liver enzyme, which is AST, was skyrocketing. As you can see, well, actually it's not skyrocketing, but it's out of range. So first month, it started with 69, which is higher than normal, because you know the normal range on the parenthesis, 14 to 36. But when the patient was on, it went up to 69. Then second month, 42. Then it was on hold. Then back to 29, which is within normal range. Then patient was rechallenged with 300 milligram of imatinib. Then it went back to 79. At that point, our AFNC was given. Then AST went down to 42 and 37. So data shows, I don't have to tell you, the data shows the efficacy of AFNC. So, in summary, anthocyanin, powerful antioxidant, heucoitin, immune enhancer, combined together, make as a nanocomplex for better stability, much better bioavailability, with proven data, preclinical study, and one of case study of my oncology patient. So we love to have you all to our booth number 6713, and we can give you more details, more scientific background, and also we have other great product using the same technology. So just stop by 6713, and we love to have you all. And it's been my honor to have you all for my presentation. And also, we have some samples back there on the table. So when you go out, just grab those sample bag for you. And also, our booth 6713, we have great cosmetic samples for you and your wife, your girlfriend, your friends. This is one of the best-selling moisturizer in South Korea. You know, South Korean women, they are pickiest women in the world for picking up cosmetics. That is one of the best-selling moisturizer. My testimonial, my wife, she spent tons of money for cosmetics. Once she started using this, she quit spending that much money. Well, this is my sidetrack, but anyhow. So we have other great product as booth number 6713, and I love to talk about more details, clinical details, scientific data, and introduction of any other great product made by CellMed. Thank you. And we have about 7 minutes left. Any questions, any feedback, any suggestion? Or any great applause? And we have Dr. Zhang. He's a medical, he has a PhD, he's our CEO, and he's the main figure to design this product. He has a PhD in medicinal science. He's a pharmacist, and he's the one started the concept of AFNC. So he's with us today. And also he can answer any questions you have. Thank you. Any questions? Okay then, thank you.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
Network and connect connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
With over 20,000 participants, more than 1,500 companies, over 135 hours of education, and endless networking opportunities, SupplySide West and Food Ingredients North America is where dietary supplement, food, and beverage product innovation ignites.
SupplySide West is a great platform to actually connect with the right people in the right organization.
There's a lot of business and good conversations happening.
It's an opportunity to have a lot of influential people in the industry under one roof.
Join us for unparalleled insights, invaluable connections, and endless opportunities, all guaranteed to elevate your success. SupplySide West, your industry this October in Vegas. Register now at SupplySideWest.com.
Accelerate your journey in the nutrition industry with SupplySide Fresh.
Gain knowledge, insights, and tips from industry experts.
network and connect with peers and professionals, both online and at SupplySide events.
Fast-track your onboarding and navigate industry challenges with SupplySide Fresh Supplements and SupplySide Fresh Food and Beverage.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.
In the electric heart of Las Vegas, there's one event that's a sure bet.
SupplySide West.
SupplySide West.
Welcome to the new SupplySide. It isn't just a show. It's not a single category. SupplySide is a doorway to nutrition innovation. It's industry insiders with the inside scoop. It's must-attend events, a growing global audience, priceless connections working together to transform the future of nutrition for us all.
Hello, hello. Ingredient Idol, people. Woohoo! We have arrived. We have arrived. That's right. Everybody's favorite fun time ruckus game show here at SupplySide West 2024. We are going to discover the winners of the best in class new ingredients of the year. New ingredients, we say that you had to have launched the ingredient between January 1st, 2023 and when the submissions were due. So basically the last year and a half, give or take, right? My name's Todd Runstead. I'm the content director for SupplySide Supplement Journal. We are the SupplySide people, the title formerly known as Natural Products Insider. So this is how we're going to roll. I'm going to introduce our judges. We have 3 judges on the panel who are going to. This is a juried competition to find out who who the winner is going to be. Each of our contestants is going to come out. They're going to give a 3-minute elevator pitch. The judges are going to pepper them with questions for 3 minutes. The judges will then confer for a minute. While the judges are conferring for a minute, I'm going to come back out, and we have the People's Choice Awards. The People's Choice Award winner goes to whoever gets the loudest cheer. Hashtag more cowbell. Rumor has it there's a cowbell. Does anyone have a... We have a cowbell! All right. We need to practice for this People's Choice Awards here. Not just cowbell, but come on, people. Pretend you're the winner. Let's hear you crowd out. Now, as any MC will tell you, I have to say, you can do better than that. We want to attract some more people in here. More cowbell! I know I'm getting a little excited. All right, our judges here, our first judge, we're going to go ladies first. We have Diana Morgan. She is the VP of Science and Regulatory Affairs from Nutrabolt. She is the impresario of the What's Up with Sups party session, which is, I think, tomorrow night. Diana Morgan, ladies and gentlemen. And number 2, we have our marketing savant here from Market Well Nutrition. We have Douglas Lynch. Doug. Doug's feeling a little hoarse now, so we'll forgive him, but it's fine. And our third judge here, we have the herbal pharmacist, David Foreman. Now, Dave is a formulator extraordinaire. He consults supplement companies who are trying to figure out, we have the science, we need to be able to explain this to the marketing people at supplement brands, we need to know how to communicate. David is the great communicator. In fact, he's also our monthly columnist for SupplySide Supplement Journal. We have our digital magazines that come out once a month. The great thing about digital magazines, they're on your screen just like everything in your life is, because who needs paper anymore? And you download them for free. The advertising companies get the leads. And so that's the value proposition for advertising. We cover a different health condition every month. December coming up, we're going to do vision health. We will be covering aging. We will be covering performance. We do indeed cover women's health. So this is what we do. Very exciting. All right, so I'm talking a little quickly here because, you know, like I said, we're running this like a Swiss watch. We got to keep on time here. If anyone goes over, you will hear the beep, the buzzer. Just like on real TV. All right. In the aging category, contestant number 1 from Bioenergy Life Sciences, the Ribose people, with their contestant this year is Reajev. And I give you Dr. Michael Crabtree, Director of Scientific Affairs and Product Development, Bioenergy. Michael, come on up here. Give us your pitch. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I want to talk about 3 things. Thank you for the judges and attendees for inviting us all. This is actually my second time doing this, but we want to talk about the NAD space and changing the conversation from quantity to quality. We want to talk about sustainable NAD in the blood, not just the amount of NAD that you can make at any one given time. And we would like to talk about that in the context of ATP, glutathione, and the other parameters that go along with anti-aging. There are 3 parameters, okay, that are generally associated with anti-aging that are fundamental to biology. That is ATP, glutathione, NAD+. So we have formulated a product that can address all 3 of those at one time. Single turnkey product, perfect, okay? Number 2, sustainability. Other NAD precursors are all about how much NAD can we produce at one time. We're saying how much is a moderate and elevated amount of NAD, how long can you keep that sustained for an extended period of time? And number 2, how can you enhance mitochondrial function, cellular energy, and bioenergetics, for which Bioenergy D-ribose has been notified to do for about 35 or 40 years. So we have taken a patented combination of D-ribose and nicotinamide, and we have put it together into a water-soluble format that is good for food, bev, and just about anything that you can put inside of a capsule, tablet, or any other nutraceutical application. And you can address all of these factors in a single turnkey solution to anti-aging. You can put it in cosmetics. You can put it in anything that you can use to address any sort of free radical generating exercise in biology. And again, it is the fundamental energy current of when you're dealing with NAD, ATP, and glutathione, you're dealing with the universal, okay, the order of priority in the death of a cell is ATP declines first, glutathione declines first, NAD second, and ATP third. Thank you.
Okay, so the first question I had is around the science behind this. Have you guys conducted any clinical trials?
Yes, we have. We have a 20-subject pilot clinical trial that was published in Nutrients in 2022, and we have a 28-subject extension on that clinical trial that was published. Well, it went unpublished, but it's published in the form of patents and so forth in 2023.
Okay, and what were the main outcomes of the clinical trials?
The main outcomes were in the first, let's deal just with the 20-subject pilot trial. We're dealing with a 15% increase in NAD across 7 days, a 12% increase in glutathione across the same 7 days, about the 12% increase in ATP across 7 days, a 10% reduction in the stress hormone cortisol, and a measurable impact on the throughput of glucose. So it was a reduction of postprandial glucose also without statistical significant increases in insulin. So you actually increase the throughput of the glucose, postprandial blood glucose in the subjects during exercise, and then of course enhancing the glutathione by also about 12%. So
Okay.
those 5.
Awesome.
So marketing is all about story. So tell me, do you think longevity as a category is one that's going to be the category that everybody wants to get into?
Yes, I do. I think that longevity should probably be rephrased as the increase in health span. Where in biology, they're making this distinction between chronology and biological aging. I mean, the reality is you can't really slow down time. It's going to flow through everybody, but you can increase the length of time that we're all healthy. The length of time that you can perform, the length of time that you can process anything metabolically, the length of time that your skin looks good, all of these markers that are visible and external to human biology, that health span, the way that you look, the way that you feel, the way that you move, kinetically, I mean, all of those things can be improved, but that's the difference between health span and then anti-aging. So.
What about safety studies? Safety studies?
Safety studies?
Yeah.
So bioenergy ribose has had safety done on it. Our pilot trial in the Ryajev study was an actual safety study. So we actually used this as an opportunity to feed to use a very high dose of the product to make sure that what we were recommending would be safe at any dose. And then in our second 28-subject dose, we cut that in half and then just determined that over a longer period of time, you would essentially get the same results.
And what is the dose? Like how large of a dose is it to get the results you're looking for?
Starting at our bottom recommended dose would be 750 milligrams. It's safe all the way up to 3 or 4 grams.
Have time for one more or no? No? Okay.
Thank you, Michael. There we have Bioenergy Life Sciences with Ryajev. Can you guys all see this clock? You can, okay. Next up, we have from Futureceuticals, Cognita IQ, Randy Wexler. He is VP of Head of R&D.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Take it away, Randy.
Yeah. So there's so many elements to the problems of aging. It's not really just one thing, it's a host of things. But actually, if you had to identify one thing to work on, the thing to focus on that's most important, people are most concerned about, I think it's really the brain. It's cognitive decline, which is why I think maybe the product that's up that is focused on brain performance maybe is the most deserving of recognition, perhaps. So that's Cognitique. That's our ingredient. I want to quickly talk about what it's about. It is an extract of whole coffee fruit. Doesn't have any caffeine in it, so it's non-stim, decaffeinated. It's natural. It's low dose, 100 or 200 milligrams gets the job done based on our published research, and we have a lot of published research. And it is upcycled. So it comes from whole coffee fruit, of course, something that was discarded traditionally by the coffee industry to the tune of hundreds of metric tons every year, a pile of trash that's partly diverted to make our product. It's great. So what does it do? So Cognitique modulates brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, key neuroprotein essential to the brain, and we know that it declines as people age. So it's a perfect target, of course, for a healthy aging population. A lot of times people speculate about what it means to have something decline as you age. What are the ramifications? You don't have to speculate for BDNF. There actually was a clinical study published, followed thousands of people. For decades, they measured BDNF levels and health outcomes. And the thing you need to know is that declines in BDNF were highly associated with very serious cognitive disease. So we don't talk about disease in our industry, but what you need to know is that if your BDNF levels are declining, you have a much greater risk of a serious cognitive decline. And that's why our product, Cognitique, is designed to really attack that core problem. I wanted to also mention, maybe for just 10 seconds or so, some functional outcome studies as well, because we just had a study published a couple of months ago in Nutrients. It was a cognitive assessment. We took about 120 people, and we basically measured their cognitive performance on some measures. We saw improvements of accuracy in a single dose, fast-acting, 25% improvement in accuracy, which is really nothing bad. That's pretty good. But it's actually not as cool as I think the outcome that I'm most proud of, which is really an 80% decline in, I'll call, decision-making measure that was in that study. Very significant. We think that's a feel-it type of measure to be that high, and we were very proud of that outcome. I wanted to mention, also maybe our market opportunity. 800 million doses of this product has been sold since the beginning of last year, and we think that's really just the tip of the iceberg for the opportunity for a product like this.
Randy, nice job nailing it in 3 minutes exactly. Doug, why don't you take the first question here?
So if I have a supplement on that front panel of that bottle, what are the 3 bullet points you're going to say that are going to differentiate you from everybody else in this category?
Yeah, I think it's BDNF. It's going to be supplementing BDNF. It's going to be fast-acting, improvement in decision-making, and probably a focus on working memory. It's a new concept, but I think it's something that's coming really into being. It's this decision-making benefit that people get that I think is really unique and you don't see in other products.
And what's the hardest question you've been asked by a customer on this product?
I think we struggle most, with the fact that it's from coffee fruit. So I think people are oftentimes confused about coffee, which is known to provide a stimulation of the caffeine, and our product, which is decaffeinated. So we sometimes struggle with people not understanding that coffee fruit is a very different thing than coffee.
Thank you.
Not even my space, but I hear fair trade is a big thing when it comes to coffee. Obviously, your fruit is not part of the coffee that people are drinking, but it's the beginning process, right? So what about fair trade with your product?
Yeah. So it is fair trade certified. So we do focus on that, and I think we're very focused on the communities where the coffee is grown.
And I actually have 2 questions. They're slightly different. The first is the regulatory status. What is the regulatory status? Is it an ODI? Do you have like a self-GRAS affirmation?
Yeah, so it's a self-affirmed GRAS, but we did actually submit that to FDA. So we have an FDA no questions letter for that. So I think we followed basically the gold standard process.
That's awesome, checking the box. So you said it is from coffee fruit, which is different from the bean. Now, how does it work, if any, synergistically with caffeine?
So it does have a different mechanism. So I think we have postulated that it probably isn't something where it's the same mechanism as caffeine. You could combine them and you might see synergistic effects. We haven't tested that. I think a lot of our customers, sometimes they're choosing to have a non-stim solution, so we don't necessarily always like to have that combined with the stim option.
And then if we have time for one more question. So you mentioned that it does have acute benefits, which is really great for a lot of people that want that benefit right away. What about the long-term benefits? Are there different benefits long-term versus acutely?
Yeah, this material is interesting in that it has both acute and subchronic benefits. We have published clinical studies that are extending through 28 days that are basically, they're tested naive before they've had ingestion, and we've seen similar improvements in accuracy in that subchronic setup too, and that's published work.
Were these healthy individuals in your study?
I'm sorry?
Were they healthy individuals? Were they healthy individuals?
So this study that's just published is in healthy individuals. We've also had studies on mild cognitively impaired people.
We are just nailing this, ladies and gentlemen. I know I'm a little excited. Randy, thank you so much. You can pass the mic down there. All right. Now, can everybody hear okay? I just want to make sure. Yeah. And can everyone up here, can you hear okay? Because I think they turned the monitor off. You guys can hear okay? Okay. All good. Yuval, come on up here. And we've got the Mayolac is the company, and Mayolactin is the ingredient. Yuval Applebaum is the head of R&D. Come on up here. Tell us something we don't already know.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hello, my name is Yuval. I'll be representing Maulac here. So did you know that the secret to longevity actually lies in the first few days of life, specifically in breast milk? So in breast milk, we can actually find all the necessary proteins to support every system within our body. And have you heard of a concept called inflammaging? Well, inflammaging is a concept that describes that at the core of every condition that is age-related lies low-grade inflammation. Remarkably, in breast milk, we can actually find the specific proteins necessary to combat that inflammation, effectively turning back the clock on aging. So, how can we harness the power of breast milk? I'm here to tell you about that. At Maulac, we created Maurica, our AI-driven platform that specifically identifies active proteins in natural sources like bovine colostrum. Maurica then compares those natural proteins to human breast milk by similarity, by amino acid chain, as well as the three-dimensional structure of the proteins, ensuring the highest biosimilarity possible, therefore the highest possible activity. And of course, we don't just use all the proteins in breast milk. Maurica actually studies millions of clinical data points to specifically pinpoint the proteins that will combat inflammaging, therefore reducing the problems that are caused by low-grade inflammation and promoting longevity. Maurica also allows us to actually create indication-specific formulations that can help support every part of our human body, thus actually promoting general health and general longevity. So just don't take my word for it. Come visit us at our booth at 6619 and be impressed by our clinical studies that we've created to show the efficacy of our product. Thank you.
All right, nail it. We get 45 seconds back in our lives. David, why don't you go first? Let's alternate. Oh, you're not ready? Okay, go ahead.
So I'd love to hear a little bit more about the clinical trials.
Of course. So the product that is specifically for inflammaging is undergoing clinical trials at the moment. We should have results by Q1 or Q2 of 2025. But we do have preclinical trials already published, both in mice as well as on ex vivo trials. We've showed a significant decrease of inflammation.
Okay, and then as far as, so you have the preclinicals and you're working on clinicals in humans, and as far as the health status of the humans that you're working on, is it disease population? Is it healthy adult?
For inflammaging, we're actually working on healthy adults. So the adult population that usually sees that low-grade inflammation, most commonly found pretty much in any of the adult population. We're looking at healthy people to show decrease in CRP levels. So that would be the inflammation.
And then talking about the ingredient itself, so is this, you had mentioned it's a bovine colostrum. What are the dietary restrictions for someone that would be taking this ingredient?
So it's bovine colostrum derived. Our dosage is very low, but we do have an allergen for milk there. So other than milk allergen, there is no dietary restrictions. We have very low dosages.
Okay, and then if you guys don't have any other questions, as far as the
we're having fun here.
Regulatory status. So what would you consider this to be in terms of like a food supplement, or is it GRAS for dietary supplements? And then what is the acceptable dosage forms?
So we're self-afferent GRAS. And colostrum as a product has been consumed through the entire history of humanity. Therefore, we don't actually have to prove any safety over that. Our process actually does not add any chemicals into the product, nor does it genetically engineer anything. Therefore, we're staying within the safety of colostrum itself.
Doug.
So talk to me about the delivery systems. How can you use melolactin in a finished product?
So malactin is created to be consumed orally, and we actually have a delivery system that protects the functionality of our product, both in low pH as well as high temperatures. This is so that it can be effective even given through food, as well as through supplements, of course, capsules and sachets and gummies as well, which is a good indication for us.
And your dose per day. What is your dose per day?
Sorry?
Active dose per day.
That's it. That's all we have time for right now. We're going to leave you guys hanging on that final one. All right. There you have it. We have our first round up there. Judges, you have 1 minute to confer there. And while you're doing that, People's Choice Awards, hold on. All right. Bioenergy, Life Science, Reagev. Who liked that one the best? All right, all right, all right. And number 2, Futureceuticals, Cognitic. Oh, we have a new front runner here. And third, we have Maolactin. We're going to go with the People's Choice Awards winner, Futureceuticals, Cognitic. Where are you people? Where are you? Where are you? Right there? Oh, hold on. Everyone duck. Here's another one. Ready? There we go. All right, nice grab. Hey, you're going to be on the softball team next time. All right, we have 19 more seconds, and the winner is from the judges. Not you, Doug. You're a little horse.
And it is Futureceuticals.
Futureceuticals. All right, we have winners. We will take pictures afterwards. Hey, wait a minute. Why don't you come up right now and say a few words and thank your mother and your boss. Come on up here. You got about 30 seconds. You could raise above your head and be all triumphant here. Yes, that's the kind of thrill we have here on the show floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't really have a lot to say other than, it's very challenging to say anything intelligent in like 3 minutes. So it may appear as if we don't know exactly what we're doing, but you have to come talk to us more so we can be more entertaining and more clever than we can possibly be in just a 3-minute spiel where they're looking at you wondering when you're going to run out of time. So thank everyone. I probably should thank, our marketing department who gave me a list of like 10 words that I had to say in my 3 minutes, that it was all I had. So thank you for that. That was really nice as well.
All right, there you have it. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 is done. And now here we are in round 2. We're going to go with the performance. And our first contestant here from Friesland Campina with their Biotis Fermentus, Sally Romano. Come on up. You're the sales director, North America. Sally!
Hello, everybody. So, everybody knows that when you don't have any guts, you don't have any glory. So I'm here to talk to you today about a unique fermented solution for gut health. 175,000 people in the US participate in marathons per year. Very exhilarating for them. They complain of aches and pains and complications, cramps and fatigues, but very often gut health is not talked about. And 86% of them are actually having gut health complaints. As it relates to marathons, that means 150,000 people experiencing bloating, diarrhea, etc. Painful and annoying, embarrassing, and at number 1, it hampers athletic performance. Up until now, solutions to improve gut health have been simplistic, typically mixing one ingredient with another and basically dry blending things together and not making a cohesive matrix. Like anything in life, things work better when they work together. Friesland Campina is bringing the power of fermentation to performance nutrition. It's a complex ancient process and it's been used for many thousands of years. And it's the secret to many gut-friendly foods that we're all eating, including yogurt, kefir, and things like kimchi. And it's responsible for the creation of additional metabolites not found in unfermented foods. By taking whey protein, prebiotic GOS, and a probiotic culture and fermenting them all together, we're able to transform specialist ingredients into a unique, complete, holistic approach. Just what your gut needs for when maximizing athletic performance. This results in a one-of-a-kind of ingredient. There's nothing like it out there. Biotis Fermentus is a completely new approach to gut health, performance nutrition. It is backed by 2 US studies. One is a consumer study and the other one is a clinical trial, all done and published, but done at the University of Arizona with the sports teams down there. Our studies show that after taking Biotis fermentis, athletes experienced improved physical well-being, high energy levels, and reported significantly reduced bloating compared to baseline levels. Our unique concept and its health benefits are supported by research and backed by science, making Friesland Campina a partner you can trust in the development of your innovative gut health products. So I showed some guts in being up here today, and I'm asking for you to give me the glory.
Sweet, and she's speaking with the British accent, which connotes authority.
New Zealand accent, sorry.
Still Brit, right? Okay. David, why don't you go first?
I'm not going to be shy this time. So you had 2 studies. You mentioned, what were the number of participants in the non-consumer study?
I think there was about, was it 50, right? 50 people.
And what is the time for the effectiveness to be realized?
It was a 3-week study, and over that time they showed improvement. Because it reduction in bloating and constipation. And some of the participants had no underlying health conditions, and other ones had a bit of upset.
So the question I had, you had mentioned that one of the ingredients that goes into the fermentation is a whey protein. So
Yeah.
a whey protein can, in some individuals, cause digestive distress, and also, if people are sensitive to, milk-derived ingredients. What is the allergen statement for something like this?
It is dairy-based, but the fact when we fermented it together, that was the whole effect, was reducing the after effects that taking just whey protein alone happens with whey protein alone.
And then just a question on top of that, because so say you wanted to supplement your whey protein with this. Could you use, like a 30-gram serving of something like this and get the amount of protein that you want in addition to the gut health benefits? Or how does that work?
It's a 15-gram dose for the effect, but then you can either put it in in all different formats, but you can put it in a sachet, or you can put it in a tub and put more whey protein with it. Just depends how you want to present it.
Got it. Thank you.
Would it work on a person who's a weekend warrior
Yeah.
and not a pro athlete, which is a niche market?
Yeah, definitely, because I think a lot of those people, and I'm a bit of a weekend warrior myself, even I may not look like it, but I am. So, taking a lot of protein, they're making their smoothies, they're, consuming a lot of whey protein. So yeah, definitely. And just the general population, everybody's, we know about the gut-brain axis, everybody's having gut health issues.
Is it priced only for the crazy athlete that's willing to pay anything?
It's for anybody. Anybody can take it. It will help anybody with their gut health.
What about the price per day?
Pardon?
Cost and use, price per day.
I don't have that off the top of my head, and we know that we don't talk about that in a public forum like this.
All right, David, you get the last 20 seconds.
We can take this offline, Doug.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to know the cost per serving, which is I think what Doug just asked. So we're gonna,
we can negotiate that. I'm in sales, so it's all up to the negotiation. Tell me how much you're going to buy.
All right, that's good. There we go. You gotta like to hear that. Sally Romano, thank you very much. Friesland Campina, Biotis Fermentis. All right, next up, Angie Rimmel, Marketing Communications Manager from Gelita with the ingredient Peptindor. Here she comes. She's a veteran. She's going to nail this. I could just feel it from here.
On your mark, get set. Judges and SupplySide West attendees, do you have the stamina to race to the stratosphere? I do. I'm Angie with Gelita, and I'm excited to introduce to you my new performance training partner, Peptindor. Peptindor is the latest collagen peptide innovation from Gelita to address the white space in the sports nutrition market for endurance performance. Endurance athletes are underserved for a long-term solution for their training regimen, as most solutions are based on carbs and electrolytes for the short-term energy boost during the race. For endurance athletes, milliseconds, and stamina is the difference between last place and the gold medal. PeptEndure has been proven to enhance performance for faster speeds and longer distances, making it the transformative training partner. Now, how do we know this? PeptEndure is supported by 2 scientific published studies for both men and women. In 2 placebo-controlled trials, men and women consumed 15 grams of PeptEndure for 12 weeks, could run faster for longer distances in 1 hour than those who took the placebo. They also showed improved energy metabolism. So what's in it for the brand owner? Well, differentiate your sports nutrition portfolio with this unique solution, catapult your market position.
All right, there you had it.
Okay. I am not done.
That pregnant pause had me.
Create revenue through customer loyalty with PeptEndure as athletes continue to consume during their long-term training regimen. Support your structure function claims and your product messaging with scientific substantiation. PeptEndure is endorsed by world-class athletes, their testimonials, and approved by the World Anti-Doping Association. Judges, SupplySide West attendees, industry. PeptEndure is not just an ingredient, it is a movement towards improved performance and endurance. If you're an innovative leader, get ahead of the competition with this unique, groundbreaking ingredient. Join Gelita in our mission to empower athletes and fitness enthusiasts worldwide. Be a winner, vote for PeptEndure, and race ahead.
All right. Angie spoken like a true marketing communications manager right there. All right, let the peppering of the questions begin. David, come on. I think you get first again.
Thank you, appreciate it. I like going first. How does this differ from, I mean, you have a lot of different peptide products. How is this different than any of the others? I mean,
This particular peptide, this special collagen peptide, is bioactive, different from bioavailable. It's bioactive, stimulating the muscles to triggering the muscles to for protein synthesis.
So it's not just like hydrolyzed whatever and you get everything, it's just a very specific peptide.
It's a very specific peptide.
Okay. Just want to be clear. All right, thank you.
When do you start to feel the effects?
Pardon me?
When do you start to feel the effects?
Oh, you take it during your training regimen. So you start right away, and it just gradually, as you train, you will notice that you can run faster, longer. You're training, you're testing, you'll see that compared to your previous trials.
Can you give me some structure function claims that are going to go on the bottle?
For the structure, you can go faster for longer distances. The studies have showed athletes can have had at least up to 14% increased speed. Is that something you're looking for? Okay, running longer distances.
And then you had mentioned, I think you said it's a bovine peptide. Can you talk a little bit about the sourcing and the ethical treatment of the cows?
No one ever kills a cow for collagen peptides. So as far as we are upcycling leftover bones and that. As far as your other part of your question was, what is the sourcing? These are specially processed peptides that by the time you get to the point where it is optimized, let's say, the type 1, 2, 3, what source it comes from, doesn't matter. What matters is the molecular weight, how it interacts with the cells.
And then I just have a second question about the science and the studies. So this works over time. Do you have any planned studies on this ingredient compared to some other performance ingredients like a creatine or a very older ingredient?
Well, at Gelita, we're always innovating, looking to understand, and I wouldn't be surprised if there is some planned science, but that's in the innovation pipeline.
Thank you.
Do you have any patents, IP?
Do we have any patents?
Can you summarize IP?
On what part?
Intellectual property on the product.
Okay, we are, let's see, PeptEndure is registered. has a registered trademark.
Registered trademark.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And there you have it. Angie, thank you very much with the Gelita Peptendor.
Be a winner.
All right, next up here, finally here in the performance category, Jordan Raffel, Director of Clinical and Product Development for Red Leaf Biologics, the Redaxin. Here we go, Jordan.
Thank you. I'm excited to tell you all about Redaxin. It's a branded ingredient from Red Leaf Biologics. Redaxin is the product of a 1 in 2 million natural anomaly in sorghum leaf. So our proprietary sorghum was discovered at the University of Kentucky. And this sorghum undergoes a dramatic biological transformation, turning the traditionally green sorghum leaf to a deep red as it accumulates a rare polyphenol complex. This complex includes 3-deoxyanthocyanidins. This is a class of polyphenols that's unique to sorghum. It's been well studied in the literature, but has never been available at any kind of commercial scale because sorghum only produces it in tiny quantities until now. So we just finished our first human clinical study on Redaxin in the area of exercise recovery. So this was a delayed onset muscle soreness study looking at improvements in maximum voluntary isometric contraction as well as muscle pain and soreness. The study included a 250 milligram and a 500 milligram Redaxin dose compared to placebo. This was a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled study, gold standard. It was performed at the University of Kentucky. What we found is that both the 250 and the 500 milligram Redaxin doses outperformed the placebo in terms of muscle output during the recovery period, 4 and 5x respectively. We also found that both Redaxin doses improved muscle soreness, 23 and 27% respectively, while the placebo had no improvement during recovery. We were really excited about these results, and they have just been submitted for peer review publication. But we are not done. We are currently running another gold standard human clinical in the area of cognitive health that will also include markers for inflammation and immunity, because as we know, performance is not just physical, it's mental too. We are also designing future clinicals in areas like gut health, joint health. Our goal is to support Redaxin with the absolute best, highest level science possible. In summary, natural products with all of the features and benefits of Redaxin simply do not exist. It is derived from a truly novel biomass, a plant that you have never seen before because it's never existed before. It simultaneously modulates oxidative stress, immunity, and inflammation at a clinically validated dose of just 250 milligrams. It's a formulator's dream. It's water soluble, it's pH light and thermal stable. It's got a mild tea-like aroma and flavor that doesn't require any masking. The product is self-affirmed GRAS, it's non-GMO, it is kosher, vegan, halal. It is grown exclusively in the US with local farmers using sustainable, scalable agriculture. Thank you.
Nice job there, Jordan, nailing it in under 3 minutes here. Danny, you want to get this party started here?
Certainly. Okay, so can you just tell me a little bit more about the clinical trials? How long was the duration of the trial?
Yep, it was 2 weeks of supplementation. So basically 2 weeks leading into it, then baseline testing, exercise-induced muscle damage, and then the participants came back each of the next 3 days, so over the course of 24 to 72 hours for daily testing.
Okay, and that was a crossover study, so that you had the same participants for placebo as you did for the...
No, it was parallel design.
Okay, got it.
Doug.
So how is the sorghum leaf different from the sorghum that we all used to know, basically the grain?
Yeah, so traditionally sorghum has been consumed for the grain. The leaf has mostly been a byproduct, or sometimes used as silage or feed for animals. This is where the 3-deoxyanthocyanidins are known to exist, but the plant only produces them as a defense mechanism. So it only produces them in very small amounts locally when the plant is under stress. And so what happened in our plant essentially is that there was a non-GMO variant that the plant went haywire, and it started producing that polyphenol complex throughout the whole leaf. So traditionally the leaf is not used. For us, we exclusively use the leaf, and we harvest from that and extract to create our Redaxin ingredient.
So your first study was on muscle health, basically. What prompted you to want to now do a study on cognition? Was there Like, what drives that pony?
Yeah, so basically we were looking at potential benefit areas that are underlied by the physiologies of oxidative stress, inflammation, and immunity. So honestly, the first study that I would have loved to run would be on healthy aging, but there is no sort of agreed upon, here's what a study design would look like there. So we were looking through the literature, we were looking at other things that were impacted by polyphenols, as well as some of the existing literature on 3-deoxyanthocyanidins, but none of it is in human participants. And so cognition was an area where we see decline in potential improvements through oxidative stress. And then same thing with sports recovery, you're going to see a lot of oxidative stress due to the exercise. So we're looking at all these different areas that are interrelated, and we hope that this ingredient can be a platform across multiple benefit areas.
How about intellectual property?
Intellectual property. So the plant is protected by a PVP that was discovered at the University of Kentucky. We are the exclusive license holders of that. We also have IP on the composition of matter. It's a really interesting extract. As we pull it out, it comes out in a polymerized matrix. So it includes the 3-deoxyanthocyanidins. There are other polyphenols in there as well, and it's all polymerized with some protein and carbohydrate from the plant. So it is a unique fingerprint that we have there as well.
All right, perfect. That's good. Thank you. All right. For the performance category, ladies and gentlemen, it's the People's Choice Award portion of the... All right, while the judges are sitting there, let's get that 1 minute clock turning. All right, our first one up there, we have Friesland Campina Biatus Fermentis. Reasonable, reasonable. All right, now we have Gelida Peptindor. We have a front runner. And now we have Red Leaf Biologics Redaxin. Oh, I think we know how this is going to go, folks. It's going to be Gelida Peptindor. You are the winner of the People's Choice Award. Here, you get one more. There you go for being nearly ordained. All right. The judges still have 20 seconds. That was so darn efficient. We are efficient up here. Are you guys ready? And the winner is...
Red Leaf Biologics.
Red Leaf Biologics! Woo! Hey, what happened to the trophy? Oh, there it is. Yay! All right, come on up.
I just want to say thank you to the Red Leaf team. We are small but mighty. There are about 8 of us in the company, and we handle everything from the agriculture of growing this crop to all of our manufacturing, processing, and then all of the science that we've done. So we are a small team, but we do a lot, and we hope to continue to keep doing it. And thank you, everyone, for your support.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. This is all very fun. Now we have the women's category, a very expensive one. There's lots to talk about here. We have our 3 contestants, and our first one from Church and Dwight / Arm & Hammer, you know those people, with the Evolved Prebiotics 3613-1, Marlena Hidley, Amy Westcott, Director of Marketing and Operations Manager. Come on down.
Welcome to Evolved Health Talk. Today we're featuring our women's health guest speaker here, Amy, who hails from the Science Hearted Center in Waukesha, Wisconsin, where there are more than 100,000 strains of probiotics. Fantastic. Welcome, Amy.
Thanks, Marlena. It's great to be here today.
So let's talk a little bit about how Arm & Hammer has delved into the nutritional ingredient space with this women's product, Evolved Health Probiotics 3613.
Yeah, so this is a strain we're really proud of. We think it's going to have an impact on the women's health market and really open up a space that needs to be opened up for women.
Yeah, fantastic. And so we know women's health is a huge category. We saw from the latest NBJ report that 70% of women are actually looking for dietary supplements that are specifically tailored for women's health. And at the same time, we know from the NIH report that 50 to 60% of women actually have a UTI sometime in their lifetime, and 26% of them actually have a recurring UTI within 6 months of treatment. So let's talk about how Evolved Probiotics helps with that.
Sure. So Evolved Probiotics 3613 has a unique defense mode of action. So it has the ability to produce lactic acid, which obviously helps to bring down and maintain that pH in the vaginal tract. It has the ability to produce hydrogen peroxide as well, so again, helping to prevent against those vaginal pathogens. And most importantly, in our opinion, it has the ability to produce ruterin. So it's a strong antimicrobial compound that has the ability to combat both bacterial pathogens, but also against organisms like Candida albicans, which are common causes of yeast infections.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Have you done any clinical studies, or can you share with us any of the science behind it?
We have. So we finished up a clinical study in about the last 6 months. We had, of course, our control and treated group. They were on the product for 6 months on a daily dose. Most exciting thing that we saw was that the group that was taking our 3613 probiotics saw a significant delay in the onset of the first UTI. So our placebo group saw their first UTI on an average about 30 days, where our treated group didn't see a UTI until 90 days. So for those that are having chronic and recurring infections, you can see why this would be such an important aspect for them.
That's tremendous. Thanks for sharing that. So for all the product developers in the audience, you're probably wondering what kind of applications 3613 can go into. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. So obviously capsules are going to be an easier one for Lactobacillus reuteri. The other place where we think this could be really beneficial would be mixed with some sort of cranberry extract, or also in some sort of stick pack, right? So something easy you can carry with you, dump into your drink as you go, and it's there when you need it.
That's great. So we have 25 seconds left. Tell us why Evolved Probiotics 3613 should be the ingredient idol winner.
Sure, so obviously Arm & Hammer has a very long history of strong products, and this is just another one that goes into that portfolio. We do a lot of work at the Science Hearted Center, and this is a strain that's really backed by scientific integrity.
Great, thanks so much for being here today.
All right, judges, let's take it away. Hold on. Yeah, okay, there you go. David.
So I have a couple questions on the population. The people that participated, were they women that had already had a history of UTIs?
Yeah, that's a great question. So our initial inclusion criteria was that the women had to have 3 culture-confirmed UTIs in the 6 months prior to starting the study. This was started right before COVID, so obviously you can imagine that enrollment was impacted by COVID, and so we did end up halfway through having to reduce that to 2 culture-confirmed UTIs prior to the study.
And what age? What age?
Anywhere from 18 to 65.
All right. Sorry, I'm good right now.
What's the most difficult question you've been asked by a customer on this product?
That's a great question. I think one of the things we get most frequently is, right, of course, what differentiates it. And so we're using that aspect of the delay in onset of UTI. So we can say you might have a significant increase in symptom-free days, right? But in addition, it is that aspect of how do you go about utilizing this product, as it is a lactic acid bacteria, so stability, right? So heat treatment and things like that is of concern.
And how do you talk about infections in your marketing when it comes to structure function claims?
As far as infections right, because you cannot say UTI, so I'm assuming that's where you're going with this,
That's
right?
where I'm going.
Yep, exactly. So that's why we do think it is important to be able to potentially combine this with some sort of cranberry extract. Now you can utilize that UTI claim, but why we also say you might use something like a significant increase in symptom-free days, right, and leave the UTI phrase out of it.
So I'm going to go a totally different direction. I know this product is primarily studied for UTIs, but you also mentioned that it reduces lactic acid. Does that have any benefits on performance and training?
Oh, that's a great question. Not something we've really looked at, but I think we do know it's transient through the gastrointestinal tract, right? So I'm not sure if it would be there long enough to be able to have that effect on the lactic acid or performance, but that is a great question.
So I'm all into the subject. I mean, yeah, I've done a lot of work in the UTI space. I know that sounds really twisted, but hey, if you knew me, you'd be like, this is par for the course. So the other thing is, as part of your survey with these women, sexual activity plays a huge role in UTIs.
It absolutely does.
That's why I asked about the age earlier, because if I'm older, I'm more likely to have one. But so what about sexual activity? Was that tracked?
Also a great question, and again, as you can imagine, during COVID, that changed things, and it is something we did discuss after the study. So primary endpoints, we're looking at significant differences in the number of UTIs between our control and treated group, of course, right? Throughout the whole study, we only had 11 UTIs total, and we do believe that sexual activity, you had the ability to pee or go to the bathroom when needed during COVID, you're not stuck at work, so we do believe that that had an impact as well.
Thank you.
Great question.
All right, thank you, thank you. We have Marlena Hitley, Amy Westcott, Church and Dwight, Arm & Hammer, Evolved Probiotics 3613. Thank you so much. All right, coming up, our next contestant here in the women's category, Tom Deal, Senior Technical Director with Vesta Nutra LipoQuest Pearl Tomato. Take it away, Tom.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tom Deal, Senior Technical Director at Vesta Nutra.
Hold that up a little higher there, Tom. Speaking to the mic.
Here to present LipoQuest Pearl Tomato as an ingredient idle supplement for women's health. Imagine an ingredient that enhances skin health from the inside out, announcing liposomal pearl tomato. Derived from non-GMO white tomatoes, this extract is rich in colorless carotenoids. While most carotenoids allow pigmentation, pearl tomato's colorless carotenoids stunt melanin synthesis while also being an antioxidant, making it perfect fit for the growing beauty from within trend in skincare and wellness. Scientifically speaking, Vesta's research reveals pearl tomato's exceptional capacity to inhibit melanin production by up to 50%. Vesta's research with in vitro skin cell cultures demonstrates pearl tomato activities as a melanin inhibitor and depigmentation agent, similar to agents like kojic acid and glutathione as a gentle natural solution for fading dark spots, reducing fine lines and wrinkles, and providing a more youthful appearance with no synthetic compounds. Pearl tomato is promoted for skin whitening, brightening, and dark spot lightening, with added benefits of moisturizing and enhancing skin suppleness while being an antioxidant with comprehensive systemic skin health care. So, pearl tomato is already proven to be an effective product. Vesta is now taking pearl tomato to a higher level with liposomal technology. The liposomal technology enhances the pearl tomato product with stability, bioavailability, absorption, and flexibility. Our innovation has been to combine pearl tomato with liposomal technology. Liposomal pearl tomato is an innovative new product to make a great product even greater. Vesta's LipoQuest liposomal technology coats ingredients in a liposomal bilayer that simulates the membrane of cells, allowing for enhanced stability and distribution and an over threefold increased absorption versus standard formulations, as demonstrated with our work with the IU School of Medicine research. The liposomal coating enables pearl tomato to deliver its potent effects deep within the skin while acting as an anti-pigmentation agent. From a market perspective, liposomal pearl tomato aligns perfectly with modern consumer demands for natural, effective, scientifically backed ingredients. As more individuals seek high-performance products with comprehensive skin health benefits, liposomal pearl tomato emerges as quite unique. By pairing with LipoQuest, the pearl tomato's ingredients are amplified, making it an ideal addition to an premium beauty or wellness lineup. See us in booth 2838 and get your own pearl tomato, please.
All right, Tom, you almost nailed it right there. I love hearing that buzzer. It's kind of fun. We're so darn efficient here. All right, who's got the first question? Sounds like Doug.
So what's the percentage that you've tested in your trials in terms of the actual formulation? What was the percentage of active?
5%. We used a 5% formulation.
Do you find anybody pushing back because that's a high level? Do you think it's the right level? How does it do in the formulation when you're talking to cosmetic companies?
We have had some questions. We also offer a 10%, so we can provide any formulation that the person wants, but we are confident in our 5% level.
And where are you sourcing your tomatoes?
That's a good question, and it's proprietary. Okay. All of our products are made in the USA, so it is made in the United States.
One last question. What was it about that tomato that made you go to that tomato versus the ones that we normally have on our salads?
It's the colorless carotenoids. In the metabolism of the melanin, you start with the phytoene and phytofluene that then metabolize down into the carotene and the lycopene, which gives the tomato its bright red color. But these tomatoes are stuck with white, colorless carotenoids, and therefore resulting in the lighter skin complexion for consumers.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So this is very interesting to me that it whitens your skin. So I have two questions. First, the regulatory status. Have you guys submitted anything to FDA for FDA grass? Do you have self-affirmed grass?
We expect that it's a tomato, so it's a food product. So we plan perhaps a GRAS designation, but other than that, the product is registered, and we're going to go from there.
And then the clinical trials. So can you talk a little bit about the study itself, like how many participants and how long did they see the results, and how significant were the results versus placebo?
Yeah, again, our in vitro results show a 50% reduction in pigmentation, but we're currently planning the clinical research studies, double-blind studies with a number of participants.
Well, I was going to ask about women, but I can't now.
Sure, you can, Doug.
Sure, no, seriously. For me, this topic is women's health, and making the assumption that beauty from within is for women. As a man, I'm I'm just joking about being offended, but I just, but without the human clinical studies, I struggle with the data. That's more of a comment than a question. I apologize, but.
Yes, it's important for men and women. Yes, it's ideal for women's health, but of course, your skin is the biggest organ in your body.
All right, David. Men are just supposed to age gracefully and look rugged, and then
Dude,
die with wrinkles and a cowboy hat on. All right, Tom Deal, Senior Technical Director, Vesta Nutra LipoQuest Pearl Tomato. Thank you, Tom. All right, last but not least here, we have wrapping up the women's category here, we have Komal Baldwa, the CEO of Waleria Health Tech with Asperus. Sounds like it's from asparagus. Take it away, Kamal. Here we go, wrapping it up here at Ingredient Idol 2024.
Thank you. Okay. So, hello everyone. Imagine a world where a natural ingredient could dramatically ease the journey of menopause for millions of women. This isn't just an ideal. It's a reality we have crafted with Asperus, a patent-pending botanical extract derived from the Shatwari root. Shatwari, often called as the queen of herbs in Ayurveda, has been trusted in Ayurvedic medicine for its nurturing effects on women's health through all the stages of the life. Merging the wisdom of Ayurveda along with the cutting-edge science, we have worked with the top experts, scientists, researchers, and Ayurvedic experts to refine each step into the root selections to the extraction. How have we got it different? Our extract has been standardized to Shatwarins, the main phytoactive constituent found in the Shatwari plant exclusively. We have a patent pending for the extraction process for enhancing the Shatwarins, and our ingredient has the highest concentrations of the Shatwarins, that is 5%, and is also backed by a study on menopausal women, where 85% of the women reported improvement in hot flashes and night sweats, though I'm sweating. Menopausal stress and daytime fatigue, a rarely discussed but very real challenge, was seen to improve. Women reported more feeling of energy and fewer feeling of tiredness with Asperus, while with the placebo group reported the worsening of these symptoms. Bladder weakness and vaginal dryness, the common issue with menopausal women, were also seen to be improved. Asperus helped in addressing the major 7 menopausal symptoms along with normalizations of the studied female biomarkers. Not only that, we also found that Asperus significantly showed greater ratings of the quality of life related to menopausal life. So what are the advantages? Our ingredient addresses the significant unmet needs of the growing rapidly menopausal consumers, adding about 6,000 women per day or 2 million per year in the United States alone. These women often spend a third of their lifetime navigating this natural transition, and they are increasingly seeking for a herbal or a plant-based, scientifically validated and proven safe solutions. That's the place where we fit. Our team has definitely dedicated years developing the Asperus, and we have invested deeply into research, innovation, and we have...
That's all you get there, Komal. That's great. All right. judges, who's going to start peppering Komal with some questions about Asperus?
How long did the product actually take to work in your patient group?
4.5 years.
And what about, one of the biggest concerns I always have when I'm talking about women's health and we're talking about menopause or PMS is the effect on hormones, because a lot of women have concerns like breast cancer patient would be cautious. So what about this extract and the impact on women's hormones?
Yeah, so we have seen the normalizations of the hormonal level, and since it's more like a Shatavari has been used and recommended in Ayurveda, so it balances the levels, not kind of increases or shoots it up.
I'm a huge fan of Shatavari. I think it's a great herb. So how would this extract compare to just a straight Shatavari whole herb?
Can you repeat that, please?
How would because this is an extract of
Yeah.
Shatavari.
Yeah.
How would this compare to the benefits of just Shatavari, the raw herb?
So as I said, we have standardized it to the Shatavarins. The others, the generic, is onto the saponin. So this helps in reducing the dosage and increasing the efficacy with the batch-to-batch consistency, delivering every time. And we have also filed a patent for increasing our Shatavarin levels. Shatavarins are only found into the Shatavari plants in compared to the saponins, which could be found in fenugreek and other plants that is available into the kingdom.
If it was discovered during traditional Ayurvedic medicine, how are you able to get a patent on this ingredient?
Can you please repeat?
How are you able to get a patent on this ingredient as it's from traditional medicine, Ayurvedic?
We have enhanced the Shatavarins, identified and enhanced the Shatavarins that is available, and for that we have filed a patent. We have filed a patent both in India and in the USA for that.
I really just love Shatavari. It's such a great Ayurvedic herb, and there's a lot of other benefits outside of the menopausal.
Yes.
So does it have all the other benefits that?
Yes, we have not clinically studied about that. We do plan to do that. That's there in the pipeline. Yes, it does. And that's why the Shatavari, if you break that Sanskrit word, it's Shat, which means 100, Vari, which means to cure 100 disease, or the 100 husbands power for the female.
She who has 100 husbands.
Yeah.
What other kind of ingredients would you suggest combining this with? I mean, granted, it works for one thing, but there's a lot of other symptoms that go along with menopause.
So if you talk about into the Ayurvedic herb, yes, as per the Ayurveda, there are certain herbs in which Shatavari has been combined with. So one of the one that really works best is fennel seeds, and even with the fenugreek, that really works well. With the Western herb, we have to experiment.
Super.
Love to hear that buzzer.
Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank
Komal
you.
Baldwa, CEO of Waleria Health Tech, with their Asperus. All right, kids. More cowbell. Did the cowbell people leave? All right. People's Choice Awards for the women's health category. Do we like the Church and Dwight / Arm & Hammer Evolved Probiotics 3613? We do have cowbell. That just makes me feel good. All right. Number 2, we have Vesta Nutra LipoQuest Pearl Tomato. Nice. Like to hear the rebel yell there. And now finally we have Waleria Health Tech's Asperus. Ooh, that's kind of tough. It's a split decision. I think we're going to go one more time. Arm & Hammer Church and Dwight Evolved Probiotics. I think the cowbell might swing the day here. Waleria Health Tech Asperus. More cowbell! Cowbell for the victory here for the People's Choice Awards. All right. And now, judges, what do you have to say here, Dan?
I have to say we felt like the audience. We really like both those ingredients very much, but we have to default. Not really. We're going menopause.
So
Yeah,
going with
yeah,
Asperus.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So we have a split decision.
No, we don't. No, we don't. I'm just saying we were thinking both ingredients were awesome, but we definitely went on the menopause route.
We're agreed.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you, Todd.
Wait, so which one? I'm sorry. Oh, it was. All right, come on up here. Sorry. My hearing, I can't quite hear up on stage. We don't have the monitors. Sorry.
There's a supplement
It
for
could
that.
be me.
All right. We have a split decision. Komal, come on up here. Tell us one more beautiful thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
And namaste.
Yeah.
so I can say namaste.
That's good. All right. Thank you. That's okay. Yeah. Hey, can we get the three winners up here in the three different categories? That's it for another edition of Ingredient Idol 2024. We are here to honor the best-in-class ingredients in aging, performance, and women. We hope you had a good time here. We will open this up again next year. Stay tuned to SupplySide Supplement Journal for deadlines and dollar signs and all that stuff like that. All right, now let's get individual winners. Let's get one by one. What's that? All right. Hey, goodbye, everybody. Have a great show. SupplySide West 2024. Thank you for coming.
Sustainability is vital for the well-being of our people and our planet. We're addressing many of the same challenges as our customers around carbon footprint, waste, and responsible sourcing. We're partnering with the Las Vegas Tree Initiative to literally green the show floor. These will be donated post-show to the city of Las Vegas, where they'll be replanted, and then in turn they'll help bring down temperatures and provide shade in those areas. We decided to completely eliminate our printed expo previews. Instead, we really ramped up our digital marketing efforts to significantly reduce our waste production.
Our health and nutrition industry is making the world a better place, and the more that we can empower companies, the more we'll have healthy people.
We partner with wonderful organizations, including the Naturally Proud Network, Vitamin Angels, Women in Nutraceuticals, and the Naturally Network.
We also work with various trade associations and a lot of nonprofit charitable organizations. All of these groups and our relationships with them are to help support their mission and our mission, which is more health for more people.
To make a better supplement, food, beverage, you have to connect vision with insights, technology, people who become partners that discover, create, and deliver benefits. Connected to ingredients that work in application, in the body, in life. All while staying ahead of trends and pursuing a more sustainable future. All so you can open the door and reach for something better.